Welcome inside eMLS. We're off and running. Sensational goal.
Brand new team joining us for this season.
Oh, that is beautiful.
Are you kidding me right now? The sign of a champion. Yes, hello everyone, welcome to eMLS League Series 2, whatever Mike was doing, presented by Coca-Cola. This is the second event of the eMLS season. I'm Faisal Kamisa. We got Susanna Collins, Mike LaBelle, and Dan Gaskin here with me. Dan, how was your first eMLS in League Series 1? I don't know how you top that for League Series 2.
Yeah, it's worrying, right? It was that good that coming into League Series 2, can it get any better? But I've had a sneak peek at the players that have qualified for today, and I think it could get that a little bit better. We've got a few surprises, we've got a few household names. This is everything I could have ever asked for. I mean, I just get spoiled every single time I'm here, Faisal. I can't wait for it.
Yeah, we're going to try to spoil you this weekend as well. Susanna, your thoughts, how you feel?
I was buzzing, absolutely buzzing after League Series 1. So I can't even imagine what League Series 2 has in store. And we talked about it a couple weeks ago. I mean, it's just a testament to the level of talent that we have in 2022 on the eMLS circuit. It's unprecedented. So I'm expecting League Series 2 to be even better than a couple weeks ago. I'm just saying, I'm ready for it.
Hey, speaking of talent, Mike LaBelle, how are you?
You're jealous. You're jealous. I'm just pumping. I don't care. The energy's right. The matchups are right. We have some new players that are in action we have not seen on the broadcast before. And I'm ready to get into all of this. You want to hear less from me right now? I want the action. I want the gameplay. Bring the goods.
Why am I jealous, though? I'm not jealous. I'm excited to be working with you, man. And listen, everyone in the chat should get excited as well. Hey, we've got a contest for you on Twitch. You can win a custom MLS jersey, MLS store gift cards, and there are 120,000 FIFA points up for grabs. That's the equivalent of $1,000 US, like 1,300 Canadian dollars. That is what is on the line for you here today. Got to do the conversion for the people from up north. We are, of course,
Where's my conversion?
of League Series. Shoot.
I was waiting for that.
Shoot.
It only took you like a minute to drop that in there, Faisal.
700 pounds or so? 650? I don't know. Is that?
Wow, that's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money either way. No matter how you convert it, what currency you're dealing with, that is a lot of money. Here's how you can win. Throughout the show, you'll see questions pop up on the screen from the Sports Buff extension. The more you participate, the more correct predictions you make, the more points you will earn. You can participate on desktop and on mobile. There it is in an example with Nick over there. At the end of the show, the top 10 on the leaderboard will be eligible for prizing. Restrictions do apply. You got to be 18 or older. You got to live in the US or Canada. That's why I didn't convert to you, Dan, excluding Quebec. Please read the contest rules in the panel below for more details. I have a burner account I will be trying to accumulate points on, so I urge you all to also get involved, or you will see me opening packs for days with the FIFA points I win. I don't want to win. I want one of you guys to win this big prize. Now, we want it to be in person. Due to the current COVID-19 conditions, we had to move our first two events online. Supposed to be in Chicago this weekend. Yes, it snowed, but we didn't care. We would have loved to have been there. But of course, ensuring the safety of our players, staff, and fans remains the highest of priorities. We do look forward to being back in person for eMLS Cup in Austin, Texas at South by Southwest on March 13th. Now, before we jump into things, we want to acknowledge that during our last broadcast, there was an incident with racist comments in our chat directed towards one of our competitors. We urge our community to please be better and look out for one another. eMLS will not stand for racism, and neither will our players. Here's a joint statement from them.
eMLS and gaming are for everyone.
We unequivocally condemn discrimination,
intolerance,
hate, and racism in all of its destructive forms.
There is no place for racism
online, in person, anywhere.
We all share an obligation
to be an example of these values,
to ensure that eMLS and the gaming world
remain safe and respectful communities
for everyone.
If you experience or witness
any racist or hateful behavior,
stand up and say something.
Stand up and say something.
Stand up and say something.
There is no place for hate in our game.
Il n'y a pas de place pour la haine dans notre jeu.
Não tem lugar para ódio no nosso jogo.
لا مكان للحقد في لعبتنا.
אין מקום לשנאה במשחק שלנו.
O racismos da nina behnidi.
Pague plus por racismo no jogo noa.
U našoj igri nema mjesta mrziti.
No hay lugar para racismo en nuestra comunidad.
There's no place for hate in our
game.
There is no place for hate anywhere. Standing up to hate is also important to our great partners at EA Sports and their values. They have a positive play charter. You can read all about the charter and how to report any incidents of hate in-game at ea.com/positiveplay. Just 2 weeks ago, it was League Series 1. We crowned our very first champion of the season. The action was insane. The games were close. The goals were unbelievable. The tension was high. And the bracket could have been busted about 7,000 different times. It was ultimately Goal Machine, Dan, finding his way through. I mean, I know about that. I got my scarves ready for the repeat performance if that happens. What did you see in his League Series 1?
His first ever eMLS, his rookie season, and he goes on to become the champion. I mean, he couldn't have asked for a better start, but it was just the way he did it with such attacking football, always looking to score as many goals as possible. And sure, he conceded a few as well and went to extra time a couple of times, but he was able to get the job done. I think that's what's important. He demonstrated he had so much attacking flair, but also had the ice in his veins to get those last-minute goals, and especially the very last-minute goal to actually secure the title of eMLS Series 1 champion. But it's going to be a question of how he moves on from this. Is he going to be able to build from this? Is he going to become a back-to-back champion, which is what we've seen before in eMLS history?
Speaking of moving on, Susanna, Paulo Neto had to do just that after falling just short. Second place, giving up a goal in the 117th minute to Goal Machine in the final. He did look, however, very, very good in League Series 1. That semifinal was an indication.
Oh my gosh, he was incredible in League Series 1. And he seconds, Faisal, seconds away from being crowned League Series 1 champion. So I have a feeling he is entering this weekend feeling like he's got something to prove, maybe a little chip on his shoulder. And when I talked to him a couple weeks ago, he said that he likes being the underdog. He doesn't want people to pick him. He wants to surprise people, but I don't think there is any way that he's entering League Series 2 as an underdog. He has been playing so well. He is on such form. He could have a really big weekend.
Meanwhile, a guy we expected maybe a better weekend from in League Series 1 was Joxan. He came into the event, Mike LaBelle, ranked first in the power rankings. Goal Machine was able to hold him off in another very tight semifinal match.
And I know that Joxan has still been working out some of the kinks with this year's installment in general. He's done a wonderful job of forcing the comeback versus Goal Machine. If you remember, this game went to extra time. He was down early, but he was able to battle back 3 shots, 3 goals. Super professional and just what you would expect from Joxan in certain regards. But I still think he's, and only because we have this expectation for him, that he's still working it out. But I will say this as a spoiler, he's not going to be in action today. He is qualified, eMLS Cup, locked in, ready to go to Austin, but he is not on the broadcast, which is something you almost never say when Joxan is in the conversation.
Hey, all it does is speak to the talent that's available here in eMLS this season. We've touched about it so much in League Series 1. We're going to touch on it so much this weekend, too. Listen, after League Series 1, there was a bit of a shift in the eMLS power rankings, a bit of a changing of positions for a lot of people, including a +7 for Goal Machine, going from 8th in the power rankings to number 1 right now, fittingly. And number 2 is Paulo Neto. Joxan down from 1 to 3. Dan, half the players, in fact, who qualified for today, just speaking to the depth in this field, are not even on this list.
Yeah, I think you've hit the nail on the head that just, you know, there is so much high competition in the eMLS now, like that we're seeing some of the best players we would presume they are the best players in the league, and they're still not making the broadcast. That's just how competitive it is and how exciting it's going to be every single time we see these guys go toe-to-toe. Of course, Goal Machine deserves his first place, but there's a few there that have dropped down a few places and may drop more because, of course, this was prior to the qualifiers before the broadcast today, and those who haven't made the broadcast, you'd imagine, may be leapfrogged by those who have actually turned up for today. So I'm very excited to see who will actually put on their dancing shoes today and show us what they're made of.
Well, you got to dance through a tough format to get to these events and to the final as well. Let's talk about the eMLS League format for this season. There are 3 events. To qualify for League Series 1, players compete in online matches the week before. Top 8 moving on to the single elimination bracket to compete for 20 grand and the League Series 1 title. Then it was League Series 2. It is League Series 2. You're watching that currently right now, not past, just present. Players compete again in online qualifier matches the week before. Top 8 moving on. Single elimination bracket, 20 grand on the line, and the League Series 2 title. At our third and final event of this season, it is eMLS Cup. All online qualifier matches are tallied up. They form an overall table. The top 11 move right into the eMLS Cup bracket. The last 16 players must battle it out in a last chance qualifier for the 12th seed. The eMLS Cup bracket is a 12-player single elimination bracket, $35,000 up for grabs. On top of that, the top 3 finishers receive direct seats to the FIFA Global Series playoffs for a chance to then move on to the FIFA eWorld Cup and be crowned the undisputed best FIFA player in the world. Try to get my voice on, missed a word. Undisputed best FIFA player in the world. No matter how deep the voice is, that is impactful either way. That is the season format. This weekend, of course, is League Series 2. Here's how you can watch each and every event. All broadcasts are on Twitch and on Twitter. League Series 1 was just 2 weeks ago. I've already watched it 6 times because my guy Goal Machine took down the dub. If you want to see it on demand, you can go back and watch that as well. League Series 2 taking place right now, today and tomorrow. Our final event of the season, eMLS Cup, is on Sunday, March 13th at South by Southwest in Austin, Texas. If you're not there, you're here on Twitch tuning in. Make sure to tune in and follow at eMLS on Twitter for all the updates. And if you were following them on Twitter this week, as qualifiers were going down Tuesday and Wednesday, you would have been refreshing every 15 minutes because things were wild. Qualifiers for League Series 2 happened earlier in the week, okay? If you didn't know, all clubs, 27 to be direct, streaming their qualifier matches live so you can catch all the action as it happens. Look at this screen. Just insanity. You know what else was insane? The standings themselves. Let's take a look at the standings to see who actually qualified for League Series 2. Mike, take us through this list.
I think the first thing you have to notice when you're looking at this list is the point tallies and how close they are. I mean, first, all the way down to 13th, we're talking about very minute details or separation between these guys. Allen was in 5th, and then he went up to 1st in his last game, for example, who, of course, is leading as an old head, as Susanna would say. Goal Machine 2nd, still looking very dominant. Palinetto, Dulsta in the conversation, back-to-back weekends now. Kid Mamito, welcome to the broadcast. Pabs, welcome to the broadcast. We have Lamps, and then X Verde rounds it out. We haven't seen it in action quite as much this year compared to the previous season. And then King CJ just missing out. Alexander, Gustavo, Lou, Javier Mendez. There's some guys that you expect maybe to be in that top 8, but it just tells you again, we're telling the tale, the narrative. The competition here is the real deal.
And it was intense, too. The competition is intense, okay? Let's look at just how close it was on the final day of qualifying. After day 1, here's where things stood, all right? King CJ, who's not in this weekend, was first after day 1. Alan Avi was in 4th. Jay Mendez, Luax, Alexander, all in the top 8. Let's take a look at the standing before the final round of qualifying, all right? This was late Wednesday evening. King CJ was in 6th. Alexander was in 7th. Alan Avi, who is the first seed this weekend, by the way, was in 9th. Pabs was in 10th. Alan Avi in 9th had 2 games in hand, which was good for him. But look at this progression. Yes, Mike LaBelle.
Even Lamps, he was at a -1 goal difference.
That's
and you
what I'm
showed
saying.
That from the previous day. They was at a +12. That's only 1 day difference of action.
Look at Lamps, eh? I know he's in the chat right now. I see him in the chat right now. He's buzzing in there. And listen, this is not a hate to anybody. This is just a testament to how great the competition is. Alan Avi jumps from 9th to 1st. Pabs get into 8th. King CJ Alexander get bumped out, and we know how good they are. We know how good these players are. But again, everybody seems to be this time around, and there were no gimme games. There are no cakewalks in qualifying. So after all that was said and done, let's take a look at the bracket and each of our matchups. Dan, is there one that stands out to you in particular?
Now, I know I'm not from America, right? But I see a Texas derby there. Dallas versus Austin. Alan Harvey, first seed going into today. And I commentated alongside Alan for about a year throughout FIFA Esports. He decided to dip his toe into our field of work. But now he's back where he belongs. And he'll be looking to try and start off with a solid performance here. I think if he goes down in this quarterfinal, it'd be a huge disappointment considering how well he's just played in the qualifiers building up to this. But I'm sure X Verde will be looking to try and take down the #1 seed.
All right, so we got what Dan is looking for. Susanna,
Wow.
Yeah, right? I know what's caught your eye. I know what's caught your eye.
Come on now. I'm a Chicago gal. We've got Kid Mamito representing the Windy City. Also, this matchup is exciting because these are two former champions, right? We have Dulsta, who won the treble back in 2019, and Kid Mamito was eMLS Cup champion in 2018 when he was representing Houston. And we know it's not been easy for the OGs. You know I love the OGs, and it has not been easy for them to make the broadcast. So I'm excited to see both of these guys in it. I'm a little bummed that they have to play against each other, however.
That is the Mike-Susanna rivalry, by the way. Mike with Red Bull, of course, and Chicago, where Susanna has her affection right now. Mike, man, look at the other side of the bracket. What do you even do? How do you navigate through that?
Well, I'm going to speak on the elephant in the room. I'd definitely rather be on the left side of the bracket, not the right side of the bracket. I don't want this Gold Machine Lamps matchup. Two guys that are coming in prime time in form. They probably feel unlucky, actually, to be matching up in the first quarterfinal here, just because they've both been really building in momentum. And then in the other end, Palinetto had the most dominant performance we've ever seen in eMLS, maybe the most dominant performance I've ever seen in competitive FIFA. 11-0 victor against King CJ, if you remember. He really set the tone. And Pabs, who's got high energy, good vibes, and he's been making moves. I talked to him yesterday. Pabs said that he's ready to disrupt the bracket, so I'm here for it. I love a good upset. My record would say that hasn't been happening, or I haven't been making the right decisions, but either way, I'm here for that type of matchup. You decide your destiny.
We'll get there. We'll get there. We'll get there. We'll get there. We'll get to your record a little bit later on. Look, I'm just reminding you, League Series 2 is taking place across 2 days. We play through the quarterfinal today. Then we need a break. Everybody collectively needs a break. If it's anything like League Series 1, we need the night to think about what we had just witnessed. Tomorrow is a semifinal and the final. Here's a look at today's schedule. Each match, by the way, 2 legs long. Aggregate winner will go through. Up first, Atlanta United's Paulo Neto versus Inter Miami's Pabs. So good. Second match, 2019 treble winner, Dulsta, taking on 2018 eMLS Cup champ, Kid Mamito. So good. How about a Texas showdown for match number 3? FC Dallas's Alanavi from 9th to 1st against Ex Verde of Austin FC. And our last match of the day, the champ, Gold Machine, taking on Lamps. God, there is no bad matchup here. It is so good, and I cannot wait. Hey, listen, let's check in on Twitter because things are buzzing socially as well. We want you to get involved online using the hashtag eMLS, and we'll try to share your tweets throughout the show. Let's see what's popping right now on the social feed. There is Gold Machine match day continuing the hashtag eMLS League Series 2 run, ready for another battle against Lamps FIFA. And you know that one is going to be so good. FC Dallas, it's time for the hashtag eMLS League Series 2 quarterfinals. I-35 rivalry. I-35 is at the highway starting the day our boy Alanavi plays today. I don't know the U.S. transport highway system, but I'm going to assume that is correct. And yo, Dulsta stock going up. That's from Red Bull New York Gaming. It is going to be wild. So again, you can join the conversation. Hashtag eMLS on Twitter. Try to pop in as many tweets as we can. We want to remind you as well, don't forget to subscribe to the MLS channel on Twitch. You're there right now hanging out and watching. Hit that subscribe button. Use your channel points to unlock our eMLS emotes. You need to have a Labelism because I promise you, you will be using it a lot. And not the one that Susanna drew for League Series 1. I'm talking about the real emote that's
back
there in the chat. This is back because it has to be back. It's so nice.
It's incredible. It's my
Mike's
finest
got
work.
the vintage. Susanna's got the new school.
Throwback, baby.
Now we've got the emote in the chat.
Dan,
for you
get
guys
to
as
drawing,
well.
Dan. You're up next, brother.
Don't have a pen. How can I draw? With snow? It's not snow.
Be prepared.
Is there video footage of what happened before this?
I was going to say, maybe you could draw with ice cream.
Spilled ice cream on his shirt. Come on.
Do this
please,
to Dan.
please.
This is
I know they have the
Sophie.
footage. Bring the footage. We'll take a commercial break at some point. Bring
You
the
guys are
footage
so
of the
mean.
ice cream fail on the spill. It was a white hoodie. I know it hasn't been worn. It was
my God.
fresh. That
Why
icy
are you
white,
doing this to him?
some uptown.
It's all love.
You know the vibe.
There's no secrets here.
I
There's
don't
no
support
secrets
this.
here.
I do not support this at all.
I've not had
That's
an
what Mike-
accident like that since I was a child, so, you know, maybe I deserve the treatment that Mike's given me.
Hey, listen, a childlike feeling we all have getting to watch these games. We feel like we're kids in a candy shop with all these wicked matchups. Maybe just not you, Dan. Someone will have to hold your hand when we take you inside. Listen,
We all can't eat ice cream properly. It happens. It happens, you know?
We're going to take a quick break. Mike.
He got on the undershirt and the hoodie.
He did get it on both shirts, to be fair. You know what? That's a good addition to this, Mike. Thank you. We're taking a quick break. Up next is our first match. Paulo Neto and Pav. This eMLS League Series 2 presented by Coca-Cola.
And breathe out of your damn free.
Hey everyone, welcome back. It's quarterfinals day at eMLS League Series 2 presented by Coca-Cola. And look, there's no point in us telling you a story if we don't have proof. There's Dan Gaskin doing our earlier rehearsal today. He didn't even know. The funny thing is, he said he had eaten that 30 minutes prior to witnessing it on his shirt. A white sweater and t-shirt. Gone forever. I promise you, Dan, that's not coming off, big guy. That is not coming off.
Hey, I mean, at least I had a fresh replacement. This looks equally as good, if not better. But yeah, it did worry me that the chocolate got down there. I was like, what's that? How is it? How is it everywhere? It smelled great. I just thought I smelled fragrant and like was having a nice time. But you know, these things happen. These things happen, Faisal. And we move on. We usually don't reference them on the show, but here we are.
No, we do. We do. Is Cologne in England chocolate scented? I'm so confused.
It is now.
Yeah, no kidding. All right, well, let's move on. We've changed, and listen, lot in League Series 2 doesn't change from League Series 1. Here are your past champions. Dual Stud 2019, Fiddle 2020, Diddy Crislito last season. And this is what I mean. For 3 straight seasons, a player that won League Series 1 went on to win League Series 2. So can Goal Machine do that again today? Certainly hoping so. We're not too far away from seeing that match, though. We are kicking things off with our first quarterfinal match between Paulo Neto from Atlanta United and Pabs from Inter Miami. Dan, with the fresh hoodie, set us up for this one.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one because Paulo Neto, we know he's in form. We know how well he played in eMLS Series 1. But during the qualifiers, Pabs actually took down Paulo Neto 5-2. Now, I know it's a little bit different when the lights are on you, the pressure is on you on the broadcast, but certainly that'll be in the back of his mind. Mike, how are you feeling about this one?
I think Paulo Neto has a lot more, well, not even think, he has a lot more experience playing on air or on the broadcast, people talking about him. He said even last time that he appreciated some of the underdog talk just to take maybe a little bit of that pressure off of Paulo Neto. But after he had that disruptive, just absolute ruthless result against King CJ, not only did I need to change his shirt and send apologies, I also realized that he had to become a favorite right away heading into the finals. And then Pabs, first time that we've seen him on air, I'm really excited for it because I know that he's been buzzing. I know that he's really been building it up, that he's been talking about it a lot. He's been manifesting it. And just getting to the top 8 is such a big accomplishment. Now it's a matter of what are you going to do with it?
All right, Mike. Well, let's see who the players are going to use to try to get this done. Take us through each of these guys' rosters and some of the roster rules for the tournament as well.
This is important. Please pay attention. Everyone that's listening on air. As you see Paulo Neto's squad, the basic takeaways, you're going to have 1 icon and 5 MLS players. They're always going to be on the pitch, whether you're making substitutions, an exchange here, an exchange there. We also have the addition of Pato now, which we didn't see in League Series 1. He wasn't available, of course, which means like maybe you won't see Pozuelo. Maybe you're going to see a little more Pedro Santos as a starter versus coming off the bench, and the likes of Gustavo Bo. These are all guys that have been interchanged. And if you're not seeing Team of the Year players, which you indeed are not, it's because those Team of the Year players were not available. They had not been announced by the time that these competitors had to announce their squad. So heading into eMLS Cup, they will be there. You will see Team of the Year, and they're going to be dangerous and deadly, but that's why you're not seeing them in these teams. As we go into Pab's squad, relatively similar in many of the regards. There are some personal preference choices we've seen on the defensive end, as well as some of the attackers. Fofana, obviously leading the charge in the midfield, a pretty common procedure. The same with Neymar and Mbappe. That is a duo that is terrifying in FIFA.
Yes.
There's no other way of saying it. Absolutely terrifying.
And similar subs as well on that regard. All right, listen, Susanna had a chance to speak with Pabs earlier about his pre-game routine. This is just a pleasant guy. Let's go inside the headset, presented by JLab.
Well, Pabs, it is great to see you. We are so excited to watch you do your thing this weekend. How are you feeling heading into League Series 2?
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling excited. I'm extremely grateful to be here, finally be able to compete against, some of the best players in North America, United States, and Canada. And I'm blessed, man. Blessed, Susanna, honestly. I'm so excited. I can't wait to get started.
I love it. I love the energy, Pabs. This is great. This bodes well. Now tell me, do you have any sort of pre-match superstitions or rituals that you have to do in order to get yourself ready to play?
I have one main thing that I do always, and it's get a good meal in. I feel like if I don't get a good meal in, my stomach, will be making a couple sounds here and there whenever I'm passing it around the back or going forward or when I'm ready to shoot on goal. So I get a good meal in always prior to a match day and important games.
Okay, give me the details there. What does this meal consist of?
I mean, today we went out. My friend and I, Seb, we went out to eat at this place here in Miami around my house. That a friend of mine actually owns it. It's called Mr. Baguette, and a nice sandwich with some skirt steak, little potato fries, and yeah, that was pretty much it.
You're making me hungry, Pabs. That sounds exceptional. All right, tell me about your pre. Do you have any songs that you're listening to? What does the playlist look like? Pump up jams, that kind of thing.
So I'm on my Spotify. I have top life songs, but that one song that always gives me the best energy and gets me ready for game day is Headlines by Drake. And that's one song that I cannot lie to you, son. I play it minimum 5 times prior to a game.
I love it. I hope Drake is watching this right now. So
I hope he is. I hope he is.
In Pabs, right? Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go. All right. Last thing. Tell me about your setup. What does it look like?
So I have a BenQ monitor. Honestly, I feel like I need to update it. I've had this monitor over the past, I don't know, maybe like 6-7 years. Back whenever I first got a PS4, and now we're on PS5, so you can tell how old it is. And then here on the left, I have my other monitor that I have. That's where my OBS studio and my stream setup takes place. I have my webcam, and then I have obviously my JLab headset and my JLab mic that works perfectly fine.
Love it. It looks great. Thank you for giving us a little peek behind the curtain, Pabs. We are so excited to watch you do your thing today. Best of luck.
Thank you so much, Susanna, and thank you so much, guys. Have a good one.
All right, a quick reminder. We've got a contest for everybody watching on Twitch. You can win a custom MLS jersey, MLS Store gift cards, and there are 120,000 FIFA points, equivalent of $1,000 up for grabs when you're just sitting on your couch. Well, some of us can't. To win, participate in questions from the Sport Buff extension to earn points. Now, at the end of the show, the top 10 in the leaderboard will receive a whisper on Twitch to claim their prize. Restrictions do apply. See the panel below for contest rules. Mike, how long do you think it would take to open 120,000 FIFA points on a couch that is stained?
I was thinking more so if you got a whisper from me, you're not going to enjoy that. But it's going to take a minute because you got to clean up the stains. I know we have Valentine's Day upcoming, and some people leave rose petals and so forth. If you're dealing with Dan, in this case his girlfriend, he just leaves stains everywhere. There's a big pathway of chocolate mishaps, and then you know that he cares about you. It's fine. It's good.
Yeah, wait, no, we're just confirming it is chocolate. It is chocolate. It is.
What is
Should
happening?
be confirmed that it is chocolate. It is now time for our pre-match predictions, and I predict Dan will hate all of us in the next 30 seconds. It is a chance for us to predict the winner of the match. We're going to keep records all season long. Susanna is flustered. There's no pressure. The four of us will each make a pick and chat. You can also make a prediction by voting in the Sport Buff extension on screen. Dan, I'll go to you last. Susanna, what's up?
Thanks.
What's up? What's up?
First of all, I just want to say, Dan, as someone who also has a tendency to spill on themselves, especially when I'm wearing light colors, I sympathize, and they're being unnecessarily mean to you. I just wanted to put that out. You're being such a good sport. But this matchup, this is really hard because you saw Pabs, right? Like, the guy had the best energy ever today, and he's coming in with such a positive mindset. But then you look at Paulo Neto, who was so good in League Series 1. He's just a goal-scoring machine. He doesn't want me to pick him because he doesn't like that, but I'm gonna go Paulo Neto. I'm gonna go Paulo Neto in this one.
All right, Mike LaBelle.
Yeah, I know all of you are going to go Paulo Neto. I know how this is going to roll. But as a difference maker, we don't conform over here. No, we're dropping pink nuggets, okay? I'm getting a Vamos, which that technically works for either of these gentlemen. But Vamos, Pabs with an upset to start the day and shake up the whole bracket.
I like
Unexpected.
Really nice calling you a man of authority with your 1-6 record there. Nice. Really sick, bro. Dan Gaskin, you're up.
Dan's not talking to us anymore.
All right, I've emotionally recovered now. I just needed that moment.
Talk to the chat.
I heard Pabs likes milk chocolate a lot. I heard that he's a big fan.
I'm predicting
Major
against
consumer.
him. And I'm going to go for Paulo Neto because I know that he wouldn't insult me. He would actually probably take my jersey, he would wash it, and he would provide it back because he's that kind of guy. So I think he's going to win this game.
We'd like to take a moment here to apologize to Pabs for Mike LaBelle picking you. That has been a curse so far in eMLS 2022. And I will go with the majority in this one. Paulo Neto, look, man, I'm just thinking about League Series 1, the onslaught of goals that he was able to score. And I would be a fool to start this one like I did in League Series 1 and pick against him. So Paulo Neto is my choice. Again, you can vote using the Sport Buff extension in the Twitch stream as well. Get your votes in and get them in quick because it is time for the game. And during the match, send us your best comments in the chat. We'll feature them as much as we can. Dan and Mike, you're up. Game number 1 of League Series 2.
Now, I'm rubbing my hands for excitement, not because there's chocolate on them, but I'm looking forward to this one, Mike LaBelle. And I think maybe your prediction isn't so crazy because, I mean, Paulo Neto, he did fall to Pabs during the qualifiers. It was a 5-2 loss as well. So despite the fact he comes in as the higher seed here, you could argue that Pabs has won over Paulo Neto, may even have a play style advantage here.
And even though you're giving me a positive remark here, I'm going to have a counter argument of saying, well, it's a reset for the weekend. But I do believe this is a bit more of a bogey matchup, and it comes out to if Pabs can get off to the right foot. I know that sounds somewhat basic and straightforward, but when you're not necessarily used to having a lot of experience on air or on broadcast, if you get off to an early lead, it really calms those nerves. It allows you to be a little more free flow. You're less rigid, because we often see with competitors, even more so new competitors, that it takes them a little while to get going.
It does, and certainly the pressure from the broadcast, the commentators, the lights, it does get a little bit scary, but we are going to jump into the first game then of eMLS Series 2 between these two fantastic competitors. Of course, Atlanta versus Inter Miami, and I'm excited for this one. And if it's anything like what we saw just 2 weeks ago, it was goals galore. Every single game was full of passion, was full of aggression, and we saw plenty of action because of it. Paulo Neto from left to right is going to have the first attack of the game. Perhaps trying his best just to keep him at bay, not allowing any passes to come through, but Mbappe already grabs one. It's not going to go anywhere because it's offside.
And even with the new patch, Dan, I struggle to be able to imagine this is a low-scoring affair. Both these players look to get forward. They are offensively gifted. The big cider might actually be on the defensive end. Generally speaking, I feel that Pabs leaves a little more gaps that can be found, and it's just a matter if Paulo Neto is going to be able to capitalize on that or not so much. And again, I want to reiterate, this was a 5-2 win for Pabs just a couple days ago. So these are competitors that are familiar with each other, and the history also favors Pabs in a 1v1 matchup.
And that patch did come last week, so during the qualifiers, players were still playing on this patch, so it's not like anything's changed since then. Certainly some of the bigger changes we're likely to see. Less corner goals, I would have thought. It would seem like they're not as apparent now ever since that change has come through. I know there was a lot last week that did sneak their way in. Might have to work a little bit harder this week. As I say that, Pabs coming forward. As Neymar on the right-hand side, but instantly dispossessed. And neither team really able to hold on to much possession at the moment, especially in the final third.
And just to build off of some of the patch differences, the speed of the game, even through balls, which I feel as if the patch definitely directly addressed through balls, we're not going to have some of those deep outlets, just not nearly as frequently or as often. And from what we've seen with the top 8 and their success stories, there was more build-up play. It wasn't as whip the ball in with those direct R1 passes where you had a little extra oomph, extra emphasis, and then be able to hit those counterattacks. That was no longer as effective. Some of the first touches were a little more unpredictable, even more so with some of the player selection as well. And they just changed the way that the game played, and some guys adjusted really well and others not so much. We talk a little bit about George still in the top 10 for the power rankings. That won't be happening after League Series 2. He's really struggled adjusting to this patch. At one point after the first day of the qualifiers, he was sitting dead last in the league.
Both players have got a very impressive goal-scoring record as well, so that would suggest that even with the patch, they're still finding a way to get through. As Paulo Neto trying to do that just here, plays the extra pass, and the keeper has made such a blunder there. You would have thought it would have been a comfortable one, but he'd already gone to ground, and it just bobbles over him. And Paulo Neto opens up the scoring here in the eMLS Series 2. First quarter-final, first goal, and it's a messy one, but he'll take it.
And that's a dreadful beginning for Pabs for two reasons. One, because the initial mistake was his own mistake out of the back. Therefore, you had that interception or the tackle, and then you were able to run the line. And then he read the play, but wasn't able to win that 50-50. It wasn't smooth, like you were saying. It's a bit of a suspect finish in certain regards, but we see that in FIFA quite often, where you put yourself in dangerous locations and you take it from there.
Something that is worth noting that during the qualifiers, they only played the one leg. So even though Pabs was able to take down Paulo Neto, it's an entirely different game when you're only playing one leg of FIFA. You've got the two legs, you can take your time a little bit to feel out your opponent, to try and evaluate how they're going to attack or defend and then find those weaknesses, as Pabs looks for a couple of his own now against Paulo Neto. Having to wrestle against so many players on this right-hand side, so much congestion, but looks like he will be able to get a ball through to Neymar. Plays it across, one more, and finds it as well. And the celebration, the fist bump, because he knows that's such an important goal to get his head back on and to get him back into this game.
And what a response. Return to server, the build-up play, the extra pass, the extra emphasis, the vision, the over-top through ball that kind of sets up the penetration. And it's just really impressive because at the same time, if you're watching this at home, I'm telling you, you're shooting once, maybe even twice before then. You're not making all these additional passes within the box. That's something you're going to see from the pro side of eMLS competitors. They always try to convert or find chances that are 100%. They're not going for the 60 or the 70%. They don't want the deflections. They're going to try to pass it in the back of the goal, or the back of the net.
Nice through ball, but hasn't quite worked out. And for all I talk about their goal scoring records, actually both these players are second and third in goals against throughout the qualifiers, with Pabs being the second most conceded, and Palonetto just third behind him. And that means there is going to be opportunities for both players to get in behind and try and find the back of the net. That ball doesn't quite get to the intended target, and will mean now Palonetto can try and strike some sort of counter-attack here. Plays one inside, Pozuelo into Ronaldo, does get taken down, but referee doesn't blow his whistle, and Pabs regains possession.
And even for Palonetto, because of the success he's had with eMLS and expectation, you also start to wonder, though, if you are getting to a point of overthinking. We've now seen him in multiple finals where he was not the victor in either of those finals matchups, but he's always in the conversation as a player to watch, or a player that can make a real run for it, and he has done so. But at some point mentally, you start to say, when is it going to be my time?
Yeah, that can add a lot of extra unnecessary stress. Certainly when you get to the latter stages of a tournament and you get closer to that title. And he was no further than he could have been. I mean, last time it was so close, wasn't it, Mike?
Exactly, and I bring that up, well, every game really in the last qualifier, outside of the thrashing that Palonetto put on against CJ, not to continually bring that up, but I bring it up because Pabs is not playing with the same sort of pressure or expectation. He's a true underdog in this matchup. We haven't seen him on stream, and it makes it where you should be able to play without any of that additional pressure. You don't have that additional stress. Your club doesn't maybe have even the same expectations because they haven't had that success story before. They haven't been knocking on the door. This is a new experience.
And certainly, Palonetto has been with Atlanta for quite some time now. His third season with them, but of course only his second season in eMLS. And he really has impressed every single time, as Mbappe can't quite get to that one, but the referee's going to bring it back anyway. So it's still going to be possession for Palonetto, just has to build from the back once more. A lot of attempted through balls that haven't really got to their desired target, as you might said, but that one does find their target. Again, the goalkeeper letting it go through his legs. The referee will bring this one to a close at halftime.
And you see again, Dan, that attempted additional pass, which is going to be a reoccurring theme, mainly because it's difficult with some of the finishing that's been adjusted with the new patch or the new update. As you see the starting goal here, there's that extra patch. Goalkeeper gets a hand on it, maybe a bit unlucky, but at the same time, Pabs made multiple mistakes prior to that pass across. And that's why I said from a mental perspective, that's tough. And then a beautiful rebuttal where you have that extra pass. Pato can't miss from there. Mbappe to Pato, I would have loved to see that in real life. I would not have hated that type of collaboration, that collective, that partnership.
Check out those angles as well. Production stepping up their game every single time. Great to see it from all the different views. 1-1 between the two competitors after 45 minutes. As a reminder, it's 2 legs of FIFA here in the quarterfinals. So even after this 45, we'll be going into another match of FIFA. Second half is underway though. And both players, I think, will be fairly happy with how they've gone about their business in the first 45. They've learnt a lot about their competitor. And they know full well there are going to be chances. But the goalkeeper's worrying me a little bit. Donnarumma, who was very much the best goalkeeper you could possibly have during Series 1, doesn't seem to be doing as well, certainly in the early stages.
It's still the early stages. If we've learned anything, goalkeepers can make a massive difference, especially at the competitive level. One great game, and it changes the complete swing. And again, with mentality, which I can't talk about enough. It's so important because all these guys have the ability. That's not the issue. It's a matter of putting together that package and then how you respond to going ahead or having to make a comeback from behind.
Mbappe trying to get in behind, plays that pass across goal, and there is Donnarumma just bringing that one into his hands and safely collecting it. But another dangerous moment for Pabs there.
And that's a good example. Pabs has to convert in that type of position. It's as good as it's going to be in terms of the right player at the right place. And being able to have those options to pass across or to even go straight on goal, those are what you build up for. Once you get that leak out or you have the outlet into space, you really need to make something from that type of position or that sequence on the pitch.
A small mistake giving possession away, back to Paulo. Neymar fires one into Ronaldo, turns left, then right, back onto the right, plays it inside, and it's a little bit of magic inside the box. Very calm, very patient, and a well-earned goal there from Paulo Neto.
And you could feel it coming just again, Dan. Another mistake out of the defense going into the midfield. Pabs has not conceded a goal from the traditional build-up player. Both of them have come off mistakes. And I don't want to be a broken record. I don't even own a record player. But with all that being said, this starts to weigh on you mentally a little bit, because you've gifted him 2 goals. And we're in January. We're no longer in December. You don't need to be giving out presents.
Well, a gift for Paulo Neto, but what impresses me is that he was very clinical in front of goal. Can he build on this lead here? Ronaldo again in the box, but defenders doing their job. Marquinhos, I believe, was the player who just managed to get a leg across to defend against it. It's going to be another corner. Love that from the Twitch chat as well. If FIFA has a million players, Paulo Neto is the best. Certainly proving that right now, but from the corner, again, not really able to do too much.
And I don't know if you feel the same way about what we're watching here, Dan, but there seems to be a little bit of a margin, a little separation created. The pace has shifted in Paulo Neto's favor.
Another mistake almost allows Paulo Neto in, and I agree. Even though Pabs has had a couple of chances here or there, it's a little bit more threatening when Paulo Neto gets in front of goal. Pabs just can't allow that to get the better of him. There's a mistake now at the other end. Can Pabs do exactly what Paulo Neto did to him a little bit earlier? Same position, tries to fire it across to Mbappe, but it's just not quite there. It's so close, but so far.
And smart final third play uses the ball roll to create a small lane, and then you're looking at the double tap pass across, which gives a little bit of a added lofted pass, which just increases the percentage of being able to slip by the defenders or the midfielders.
30 minutes, 20 minutes even. Can't do my math today. Left in this first leg. And for Pabs, he doesn't have to panic. This is entirely different to the game they had against each other during those qualifiers. Having the second leg just means that he can hold on to just a 1-goal deficit, really. If he does feel like he's being threatened whatsoever, he might just try and slow the game down and then see what happens next time. But that ball into Mbappe would suggest otherwise. Tries to play the one extra onto Neymar, but nothing comes of it. And it was just a wayward ball, really, that didn't achieve, I think, what he intended to.
It was good build-up, and it was also good defending. Stand your ground. Paulo Neto anticipated that he wanted to go down the end line, cuts that off, and now starts his own attack.
An attack that could be a scary one, but it's just about doing the job. Marquinhos partnering up with Nathan, just as they both did in eMLS Series 1. Nathan, of course, being one of those MLS players that you have to have on the pitch at all times, and he really was a difference maker a couple of weeks ago, and I'm sure there'll be plenty of moments for him to shine in this weekend's action as well. That ball does find Mbappe, trying to beat the 2 defenders that were oncoming towards him. And now for Pabs, I like the workaround. I like the way he's trying to approach this final third. He just needs to get that extra pass and get that shot away, and we might be able to see an equaliser here. He's still going with the ball, but again, that last pass doesn't find its target.
And that's an error. You're in that money zone. You're inside the box. You got to put a little more pressure. You got to be decisive. You can see slight hesitation. It's happened twice. We had Mbappe that went into space. And this is the difference between the pro players again. What do you do when you get into these key circumstances, these key sequences, and you need to unlock that moment?
Final moments of this first leg. 3-1 would be a harsh scoreline against Pabs, you would feel, so he's got to make sure he doesn't allow another one to slip through his fingers. Instead, he wants to try and press and get an equaliser here. We had a lot of draws going into the second leg a couple of weeks ago. Very closely watched matches between competitors who were pretty even in terms of skill level, and I'm not really surprised, because when you get to these final 8, even though we have our seedings and we have our favourites, they all know how to win when it comes down to it. It's about getting down to the nitty-gritty sometimes and ensuring that you know how to get that final ball in. Here's Pabs coming forward again. He's being patient, Mike, but it looks like he's not able to break through.
And this is common procedure that we see at the competitive level. He's looking to hold for the final opportunity, just basically to avoid a potential counterattack. It's either going to be he creates something or we're heading into the second leg, and that's the advantage of having that second leg.
1 minute of added on time, so that's going to be the cue to go forward Try and find something with this pass. Mbappe, and Donnarumma's quick off his line, and that was the opportunity they'd been building for. But in the end, it finishes 2-1 to Paulo Neto after the first leg. A great performance, but definitely more to come here in this second one. This is a closely contested game, Mike.
And what that really came down to is Paulo Neto made less big mistakes, made more minor mistakes, and he was more clinical. When he did create opportunities, he was able to convert, and he capitalized on those mistakes that Pabs made with some of the passes from the defense into the midfield. And I don't think either competitor is going to have a major shift going into the second leg. I think they're both content with what happened. Pabs probably feels that he deserves maybe to be down. If at best he could be drawing even. He of course conceded again off his own error. And then Paulo Neto, he's up a goal, probably thinking to himself he didn't play his best FIFA, and he's still winning this matchup at the moment.
A couple of errors then from Pabs, allowing Paulo Neto to have the lead. More of an error was me with my ice cream. Faisal, you've been watching from the wings, and I'm sure that you've been interested with how this game's been going. Certainly has been a difficult one for Pabs because Paulo Neto is just so clinical in front of goal.
Yeah, it's true, man. And but to be fair, like Mike said, Pabs had some chances. I really liked his build-up into that first goal. I thought it was really, really unique, and we don't see a lot of that anymore. We see a lot of guys waiting in the wings and going through the middle and trying to get that ball off the offside trap or with a quick pass and turn. But I really liked his ability to be a little bit different in his build-up, and I think if he continues to play his game, there are chances there to be had. Now, the thing is, you're playing against a guy that knows how to take his chances, like you said, Dan. So as we look at some of the highlights here, it didn't take very long. It came off a mistake from Pabs and Paulo Neto. Maybe a little bit of fortune, Dan, with the goaltender here, but he said, you're going to give me a chance, I'm going to take it.
Yeah, it's about, he still played that extra pass, right? And even though the goalkeeper did make a small mistake, the fact the goalkeeper got to it initially was good enough, just unfortunately wasn't quite enough to stop the goal from actually going in. But even though
this is
was
what
a couple of
here.
mistakes, it just,
this is,
you know, the fact he was able to actually still achieve the goal is what impresses me, because a mistake can happen at any point in the field, right? It's not like he got past it by the goalkeeper. He still had to work from the middle of the pitch for the most part.
We just saw Pabs' goal, Michael Bell, and then it was another one here from Paulo Neto. Patient with the extra pass again, and then a lead into the second leg.
And just to be on repeat once again, that started from an error in judgment in the midfield with Pabs, and then the transition, and you see his reaction kind of says it all, but the transition from Paulo Neto finding that extra pass. And just to build upon what Faisal had to say, I think there's some interest in terms of some of the creativity of the build-up play that Pabs has. That is a little more unusual. You see some of the chip through balls or even the lob passes, which allows them to knock them down, but it also offsets some of the defenders and the midfielders in non-orthodox or untraditional ways, therefore creating space and making harder to defend because you don't anticipate it because it's not happening online at the same levels of frequency.
Yeah, you're just not seeing it a lot in the pro level like that, which is why I like it, man. You got to be different sometimes to break through some of these guys, especially the established ones like Paulo Neto. All right, let's check in with Susanna.
Yeah, well, Pabs, as you saw, super frustrated with that missed opportunity right there at the end, saying, I had it. And his coach was trying to calm him down. He said, I want to see you play with a little bit more composure, and I need to see you make better choices in the final third. He's doing most things right, but it's just those little things in the box that he needs to improve on. As for Paulo Neto, very calm, cool, and collected as always, but in listening to his coach, he wants him to better expose the defensive weaknesses that Pabs has shown. So he thinks he can be a little bit more cutthroat in his gameplay, Faisal.
All right, we appreciate that. You're going to have to be here for the second leg to make sure that you find a way to go through. Remember, we got a contest going on for you guys watching on Twitch. You can win custom MLS jersey, MLS store gift cards, and 120,000 FIFA points. To be eligible, make sure you're signed in. Link your account with the Sport Buff extension. To link your account, click the leaderboard, and then in settings, you can link your Twitch account. I started off strong, but fizzled away there as to give people an opportunity to fall into the top 10. If you end the show in the top 10, you'll receive a whisper on Twitch to claim your prize. Restrictions do apply. You can see the panel below for contest rules. Hey, during the match, we want you guys to send us your comments. You've seen some of them pop up on screen during the match, and Dan and Mike will try to reference them if they can, if the excitement is not too prevalent right now. But we know it will be, guys. Leg 2, take it away.
Thank you so much. And, you know, it was an interesting one for me, Mike. And the reason being is you look at the statistics from both of these players throughout the qualifiers, and it was all about how much shots they'd had and how many goals they were able to score. And we didn't see that many shots from both of them. I know there were chances, and most of them were, you know, from passes and that extra pass, but the shots didn't really come through. Instead, it was just the extra pass trying to be played and then the pass not coming through in the end. So I'm hoping we'll see a few more shots actually get by and the goalkeeper tested a little more as we go into leg number 2 then of this quarterfinal.
Dan, we've been around the block. We know better. This is the final 8. We're now in bracket play. It's not the regular season. Players are going to tighten up a little bit. And knowing that you have 2 legs versus that single elimination changes the way that you play games dramatically, because if you're losing a game, you often will push forward and go for it, and that's what we're going to see in this game. If this is not going to be a draw later on, you're going to see competitors start to commit or have to commit. Otherwise, they're not going to have a chance, of course, to have that rebuttal or make that comeback or close a deficit, and that's the real difference.
Yeah, that's when you can see those stats be padded a little bit in those final moments when someone's throwing all their players forward and you're just able to capitalize and grab a couple of extra goals. Makes everything look a little bit more saucy when the graphics put out later that night with how many goals you've been able to score. But both players not able to get through with their passes in the early stages of this game. Again, a nice interception from Paulo Neto will allow him to attack here. Here's R9. Shifts onto his right foot, plays it to Mbappe, and the strike is clean. And Paulo Neto makes it 3.
And I was just going to echo what Susanna had to say from talking to their coaches. I felt as if Paulo Neto wasn't as inventive as he normally would be offensive on the offensive end. And we see him score early here where he just looks a little more decisive, a little more powerful, a little stronger with his attack. And then at the same time, Pab's coach saying that he's in the right places, but he wasn't converting those final third opportunities where you need the extra dribble or the extra touch, the extra pass, when to shoot, when not to shoot, timing a finish. That's what he was lacking. But now he has a real deficit to recover. Yes, he has time, but 2 goals, it's starting to become a little more of a spread.
Twitch chat saying, let's go Pabs. He's going to need all of your energy as he finds himself 2 goals down now here in leg number 2. Of course, only 1-0 in the second leg, but 3-1 on aggregate. If we are tied up in all square, it does still go to extra time and then potentially penalties. Here is Pabs, needs to do something here from Mbappe on the left-hand side. He's been in this position a few times, and finally, after a bubble goes his way, he capitalizes and gets a goal back.
And that's massive, not just for Pabs. The energy you see is electric. He responds, he opens up, he gives you a little glimpse of what's happening. Very different players in that regard as well. Pabs is someone who has his emotions on his sleeve, and Paulo Neto is not known to do that. Maybe he's just seen so much FIFA, you're typically not going to see him celebrate. Maybe a big smile if he knows he's going to close out a game. But the reason that's so important, it's the first major mistake that we've seen from Paulo Neto, especially out of the back, because he had recovered it, makes an error of pass, and then it bounces back to Mbappe, of course, and he taps it home, making the extra pass to Neymar. But we just haven't seen a moment of lacking that composure up to this point.
Yeah, that's the thing. Even the best player, when the ball wobbles around like that, it still gets you a little bit bum-fuzzled, and you've just got to try and refocus, reassess, and just accept the goal's going to come, and then you try and get one back next time. 3-2, Paulo Neto still has the lead. It's just about not allowing this to provide too much momentum now to Pabs. Here comes Paulo Neto on the left-hand side with Neymar. It's a straight sprint race, and Neymar actually loses out, so Pabs will be happy with that one. Every single time you dispossess Paulo Neto, you're going to be happy with it, but that's another just very small mistake that you can't really afford to make against a player like this.
It's just a cheap way of giving up possession, and in this case, it doesn't look like it's going to cost Pabs, but it all adds up. We're playing percentages here. There's a foot equation. There's no doubt about it.
Mbappe takes this one down, and he manages to get over the keeper, but it's off the post. He took it down so quickly, and it looked so good, hurtling through the air. And I think Paulo Neto would have had his heart in his mouth for those mere moments, and Pabs so close yet again, still finds himself behind, but maybe this could be the chance with R9. It's denied.
And that's just gorgeous. I mean, just a golden touch, really. You don't have that level of being precise and just so deliberate.
Oh, and then on the other side, you know, you talk about a magic touch, a magic boot. It's always Kylian Mbappe as he puts yet another goal in for Paulo Neto.
And isn't FIFA so cruel? we talk about it, but I feel as FIFA's a savage at times. Just a beautiful cross. I love that he hits his first time. And that's twice now that we've seen Donnarumma not be able to help out Pabs whatsoever. And that's kind of part of the game to a certain degree. We don't know why a goalkeeper might be amazing and then be kind of dodgy, where the confidence is at, or a poor animation versus a fantastic animation, or the same with positioning in general. You know, we'd be having a much different story time here if those are parried to the side or parried over the goal.
Well, the keeper's going to be tested again here and can't get anywhere near it. And this could become a bloodbath if Paulo Neto starts to play this way. We've seen it before, and we may see it again. Pabs cannot allow Paulo Neto to continuously break down his defence so easily. And the keeper, and we don't have to ask about him getting to that one, not getting to that one. That was unstoppable.
And if you're Pabs here, and if you're Pabs coach especially, you got to say, we got to push for one more before half and then take our time with that. Because if you start to rush in FIFA, it's never going to work in your favor. It's just not the nature of the game. There's a certain rhythmic back and forth, and something that's needed to have success is that you have to have that additional build-up. You have to have certain levels of patience, both offensively and defensively. And it's way too early, and the deficit is too big to really just push bodies forward and kind of go for it in that regard.
And we know that Pabs will be desperate to push forward just because of that moment where he collides with the post and then Paulo Neto goes down the other end and grabs a goal. That's always going to be in your brain. Maybe an over-the-top through ball here, or back stick could be on offer, but Neymar instead just going to shift around the fullback. Can he get the pass across? He can indeed, and oh, what a save that is. Pabs cannot buy a goal right now.
The difference of the Donnarummas. And that's how it can be in FIFA in many circumstances. We've seen Donnarumma close gas with Paulo Neto, stop 1v1s, get big deflections. That's a huge block there from a volley within the box. But at the same time, maybe Pabs isn't aiming that into the corner, and that could be because he's down. He's feeling additional pressure. He knows that he needs this goal as opposed to just letting it kind of come to him.
Very, very fine margins between these goals. Neymar into Mbappe. This really would be. Oh, it could have been salt in the wounds if Paulo Neto had found another one. Thankfully, goes out for a corner for Pabs. As Paulo Neto is just going to hold on to possession in the final moments of this first 45. He knows that he doesn't want to allow Pabs one more opportunity. Just spreading the play, timing it perfectly. Possession is won back. So there is always that what if, that Hail Mary possibility to put one over the top. But the referee will blow the whistle, half-time, and it's 5-2 on aggregate. Paulo Neto is feeling comfortable, but Pabs is very much going to be feeling frustrated.
And you saw a moment of having some of those extra details as well from Paulo Neto, which deals with the confidence. Even though he doesn't convert the 1v1, you see that cancellation on the fake shot in the box. That means that you're feeling good about yourself. There's no second guessing. You're in full expressive FIFA gameplay mode, so to speak. Not because the combination is so difficult, but it is a matter of being able to implement it at the right time. You can't overdo it, otherwise it just doesn't work, as we're going to revisit really the game-changing point here, where you have this beautiful chip, Mbappe lifts it over the goalkeeper goes down, and then it couldn't be more than 3 or 4 minutes afterwards, you have that counter-attack where Paulo Neto was able to extend his lead. And again, Mbappe not converting. It shot right at the goalkeeper, to be fair, and that's what I was talking about. Maybe there's some nerves kicking in. Maybe you're rushing that finish just slightly. I don't have his controller pulled up on screen, but he has to be able to convert from those circumstances. And now, Pabs has put himself in a position where he has to score early, and he's going to have to go for it. He can't really wait.
And you're right. I mean, even though it looks like it's an opportunity that should go in, it's very easy as a FIFA player just to press shoot. And even though you feel like you're directing it, sometimes you're just not. And maybe that's out of fear that you're going to put it wide. That you'd expect at the highest level, and players like this, they have those fine margins. They know where to be putting that analog stick. But it was Donnarumma who just is the standout player for Paulo Neto in the defence. He can't get past Pabs' defence now. And, you know, if there is a goal here, if Pabs does manage to get one back in the early stages of this second half, I think there's a lot of life still in this game. But he cannot afford to concede one more.
It's got to be somewhat early as well. Maybe 65th minute is what I'm looking at. Because you have to put Paulo Neto under some form of pressure in order to give yourself a chance for your additional actual high tempo or high pressure play to make a difference, where Palaneto's feeling that. Right now, it's just another day in the office. He's got 3 goals, which means he's got 3 mistakes that he can work with before it really becomes a situation.
Here's Pato. Wasn't available 2 weeks ago, but that foot item now available to the players and has naturally found his way onto the pitch, replacing Dempsey for the most part. Packed Dempsey yesterday, and I looked at his value and I was quite disappointed and said, why didn't I pack him a little bit earlier on in FIFA's life cycle? That would have been nice when he was a bit more expensive. But here's Palaneto, looking to try and put a price on a 6th goal, but it's not going to happen just yet. Pabs intercepts, but again, just can't really find that pass through. He's starting to get a little bit desperate, taking a few more risks, which is what he's got to do, of course.
And you talked about Pato versus Dempsey. You get 2 different types of players. Dempsey has a little bit of a bigger body type. However, Pato gives you more agility, he's a little bit quicker. Even some of the skill moves, I feel like they come out in a cleaner way, a little more crisp.
I would have to agree. I don't think that it was a comfortable position, as Dempsey was playing on the wing for a lot of players as well a couple of weeks ago. Here's Neymar, who is comfortable on the wing, finds R9, but stabs at it, gets a second bite of the cherry, and instead passes it on to Mbappe, who will put it away. And the time frame you gave me was what, Mike LaBelle?
65th minute, and that's the 63rd, so he's still in the business now. I'm just going to manifest a little bit. We'll project. If he were to score by the 75th minute, 15 minutes of game time when you're on all-out pressure, it's enough to really chase that last goal if needed. So he still needs to score another one relatively soon. Otherwise, it'll be too little too late. But this is the starter, and after a pause has been cued, and he gets a little bit of a lucky bounce back, but it's what you do with it. That extra pass again, first-time finish. Donnarumma can't deal. And it's more so about making it uncomfortable for your opponent. And Pav's in a difficult position right now because in theory you want to push all your bodies forward, but if you do that and you concede right away, the game is done. There's not going to be a second chance at a 3-goal deficit and being able to reduce that. You've got to kind of take it moment by moment, sequence by sequence, build up or attack by attack. And that's one of the double-edged swords, so to speak, with FIFA. You know, you want to go forward so quickly, but it's just not how it works. Ironically, going a little bit slower, you'll open up the space faster.
He's got time to work with. So I think that you're right. He doesn't want to throw everything forward too soon. And also, if you go constant pressure and you're forcing your players to lose all their stamina right from this moment, if you do get those equalizers, if you do get to extra time, your players are going to be chalked anyway. And it's going to be pretty easy for Palaneto to find those through balls and take advantage of some very slow defenders who are going to be blowing a little bit. And Palaneto from the kickoff. Can he immediately shut down this potential comeback from Pabs? Still does have possession despite Pabs' best efforts to try and win that one back. Kylian Mbappe now shifted out to the right-hand side. Does have support in the middle. Nice little turn as well. Beats 1 and then 2. And a 1-2 with the defender as well. That's a nice little way to get the ball back, and certainly is confident, but in the end, it was a lot of fancy stuff to watch, but doesn't actually achieve anything. Oh, that's a nice touch, and that's a nice ball as well. Tell you what, Pabs with R9 is through ever so slightly, plays it inside. There is also another white jersey in the middle as well, but again, good defensive work from Palaneto.
And you can see that he's going for it right after the pause has been cued. What's Pabs changed on the defensive end is a lot more of the man marking, which means he's going to be in 50-50s, 1v1 defensive moments. So whether you win them or lose them, that's going to be the decider in terms of making chances or giving up goals.
Vinicius Jr. immediately trying to make an impact off the bench. There's no top through ball, and actually, stride for stride, R9's able to get that one. Shifts it onto his left, but tries to play the pass.
He had to keep that, Dan. He had to keep that one, man. He already had to cut inside. Didn't need the extra pass.
All day, they've been looking at the extra pass. They've not been taking that shot. But on that occasion, I agree with you, Mike. I feel like you've just got to pull the trigger. You've got to trust the Brazilian striker in R9. Maybe a second chance, though. Denied.
And that's the story right now with Pabs. He's in the right area. You could argue he's been in the right areas even more often or at a higher frequency than Palaneto. But what he's done in them, not comparable whatsoever. There's been a lot of passes that almost just, they seem like they're predetermined. He's decided he's going to make this pass regardless if it's open or not. And you can't always force it in.
You know full well in the back of Pabs' mind, he's thinking about that chip from Mbappe that hits the post, the save from Donnarumma. That is not offside, apparently. I thought it was sure to be offside, but again, another chance blown. You've got to put that one right. You've got to make sure you put it back.
He thought he was offside, didn't he, Dan? He hesitated, he stopped, he waited, he looked for the call, looked at the linesman. Oh, what a missed opportunity. This will be a difficult one for Pabs to take away. I think that's going to wrap up the game. There's less than 10 minutes left. You still need the 2 goals. And it's really going to come down to you weren't clinical. You had every opportunity, every chance. And if we had a review here or a stat check, I think he's made more opportunities than Palinetto. But again, it's not about who creates the most. It's about who's able to finish, who's able to convert. And without a doubt, no second guessing, Palinetto has been much more efficient in the final third, even with some of the buildup, looking for the extra pass when he should, taking the shot when he should, the side step when he should. Again, offside trap. You look at him hesitate. He's not even sprinting, Dan.
I mean, I thought it was offside. You probably thought it was offside. He thought it was offside. Palinetto probably thought it was offside. But you had so much chance, so much room. The ball roll was potentially there as well, but I think he just panicked and then did strike it in the end. And oh no! What's happened whilst hearing that replay? Paolo Neto has been able to put the final nail in the coffin off screen with R9 drilling it home. And any chances of a comeback have been very much washed away.
That's going to do it. I told you, Dan, after he misses that chance, it's really the last one. Just from even a clock perspective, because you'd have to get the ball back one more time. You gotta be able to deal with it. And it's too bad that Pabs thought he was offside and didn't kind of play on, because even his touches to set up the 1v1 with the goalkeeper, they weren't aligned properly, because we're dealing with frame rates to a certain degree here. When you're looking at finishing and closing those gaps or opening those gaps, whatever it may be. And he just takes a misstep. He had all the space. And at this point, Palinetto might give us one more for show.
Entertain us, dazzle us, show us what you're made of. Nothing's going to come out of it. But you know what is going to come out of it? Another victory for Atlanta United FC and Paolo Neto. He was fantastic in eMLS Series 1, and he continues his fine form in eMLS Series 2. A great effort by Pabs, and of course, an amazing result to even get to the quarterfinals, but just one step too far, it would seem, as Atlanta United FC and Paolo Neto, they do it again, Faisal. And, you know, I'm a little bit worried because Paolo Neto just looks so calm right now, and he really looks focused. He wants a trophy.
This is just phase 1 of what is 3 phases of execution for him. That's his first opponent he took down, and you said it. Maybe a little closer than he would have liked. The score, yes, it was double, 6-3, but that was tight. He had some opportunities to put it away earlier. He gave up a bunch of opportunities that maybe should have gone against him, but hey, he got the job done. And for a lot of these players now, certainly considering the game that is FIFA 22, it's just about getting the job done. But I got to give kudos, though, Mike LaBelle, to Pabs. The first time we've seen him on broadcast, and man, the style of play, it is very different from what we're used to seeing, and I appreciate it. There were some opportunities for him, yes. A bit of bad fortune from some goaltending, yes, but he's a guy I'd look out for, Mike.
He definitely is going to be someone who can make runs. I'm interested in seeing him in a land environment, which is another environment that we really haven't got to see Pabs in properly with eMLS Cup. And Palinetto showcased that he had a little more experience. I feel like he handled the big moments better. He made the shifts. He dealt with the 1v1s and just having the extra pass and being calm in big moments. You see him smiling at the end. I told you that's usually all you're going to get out of a celebration for Palinetto. He's moved on. He's in the semifinals, and now he's waiting for his opponent, whether it's going to be Goal Machine or Lamps.
All right, let's take a look at some of the highlights from leg number 2. There were a ton of goals, a ton of opportunities as well. And it was Paolo Neto, again, early, trying to put this one out of reach. Nice run, nice stop, nice pass, nice move, nice goal. That was just beautifully done, Mike LaBelle.
It's all about the intangibles, the basics, and that's really what that is. And a lot of people forget about having some of the traditional triangle play and what's important in FIFA at the end of the day, as you see a bit of a rebound. And I talked about it, first big mistake really from Palinetto on the defensive end. You thought to say, okay, maybe Pabs is going to go on a run. And then right after that, the chest down, gorgeous, the chip, easy on the eyes, comes off the post, unlucky. And I talk about it all the time, and Dan and I both discuss even offline, is how the game can be so cruel. You see the counterattack, beautiful cross, hits it first time. Goalkeeper doesn't save it, but maybe he should, maybe he shouldn't. It's difficult to say. It's a first-time shot with the right player at the right moment, well aligned, and another mistake here again. This has been the theme of Pabs' issues, really come down to his own error out of the back. 3 goals you concede. And you make it easy for someone like Paulo Neto, and he was also able to get all these goals back to back to back. He had that momentum shift.
Mike, I want to ask you about the defending there too, because a lot of guys just stay pat. They don't move their defenders, but Pabs rushed a guy up, another guy followed, and it left him a little bit exposed on the back line there.
Well, something that's a trend, even at the competitive level, is when you lose the ball, you make an error, you want to win it back as quick as possible. And you also know if you sit back, if you're more passive, that doesn't work the same way with the effectiveness because of the error of judgment. Your midfielders aren't there. Maybe your defenders are out of position. So if you go forward, you get a big interception, even a slide tackle, you break up the play, it's done, it's dusted, and now you get to reset versus having to deal with the consequences of that mistake.
Yeah. Very nice breakdown, Mike. Appreciate that. Listen, Paulo Neto, he'll just be appreciative of the fact that he is through to the next round. Either Goal Machine or Lamps awaits him, so you know a semifinal is going to be lit no matter what comes his way on Sunday. He is through right now. Let's head to Susanna, standing by with the winner for our player interview presented by Cheez-It.
Well, Paulo, you are headed to the semifinals after a match against Pabs where every time we thought maybe he was going to make a comeback, you turned it down, you shut it down, you found the goals when you needed to. How were you able to maintain control of this one?
Yeah, it's like was very difficult this game. He had some chances to get back on the score, but like my defense was pretty good, so I didn't have had too many mistakes on defense. My goalkeeper was pretty good too, so this helped me, and I could have my chances on the attack and score them, so it was good.
Well, 2 weeks ago, you were literally seconds away from winning League Series 1, only to fall to Goal Machine. I have to ask you, how much did that motivate you heading into League Series 2?
It motivates me a lot. Like I want to grab the title, and we are in the same. Like if he wins the game, it's me and him on the semifinal. So I'm looking forward to that match if it happens. But yeah, it like just motivates me more to grab the title, and I'm happy for that.
Well, a couple weeks ago, you said that you enjoyed being the underdog. I've got some news for you. 3 out of 4 of us picked you to win this match. So you are no longer really the underdog. Are you okay with that? Are you okay with being one of the favorites here now?
Yeah, I'm okay with that, but you need to be like 3-1 for me, but Mike needs to be against me, because every time Mike says, no, Paul is going to lose, I win. So keep like that, Mike.
I love it. Thank you so much, Paulo. We'll see you in the semifinals. Mike LaBelle, did you hear that?
I was just thinking, it's true. When I go for him, it completely cancels out the result. He needs me to continually go against him, put him as the underdog, and he's a sure thing. He plays amazing.
We did apologize to Pabs pregame, knowing that you had picked him, but no apologies needed. He played very well and deserved to be in this weekend. All right, our next match is getting set up. We're going to take a quick break, though. It is a 2019 treble winner Duelsta taking on 2018 eMLS Cup champ Kid Mamito. It's eMLS League Series 2, presented by Coca-Cola.
Listen to all the good stuff. Escape reality.
Emotions running high in League Series 2, especially when you almost tasted it in League Series 1. Paulo Neto, our first one through to the semifinals on the heels of goals like this. R9, what can he do? Look at that. Paulo Neto is through. We are nearly set for our second quarterfinal of the day at eMLS League Series 2 presented by Coca-Cola. We have one player through, 6 of them still to play for their share of $20,000. Let's take a look at the bracket right now and confirm what we've got going down in terms of matchups. Paulo Neto through, he'll play Goal Machine or Lamps. That's going to be great either way. Alanavi X Verde coming up shortly, but Dulsta and Kid Mamito, they are up next. And again, it's the Mike LaBelle, Susanna Collins rivalry right now. Chicago versus New York, Dulsta versus Kid Mamito. Action versus action. Yeah, she's ready to fight. Mike, I think he's just trying to get himself reacclimated with what's going on. Hey, I'm Faisal Kamiso. Susanna's with us as well, as is Dan Gaskin and Mike LaBelle. Hey, by the way, if you haven't heard, tomorrow's your last day to sign up for the January 31st eMLS Fan Challenge. You're free to enter FIFA 22 PlayStation Tournament. If you're trying to enhance your FIFA Ultimate Team, you're going to want to compete in this. There's so many prizes to go around. There's 2 tournaments. One's on PS4, one's on PS5. For both, the top 64 get FIFA points. The first place in the PS4 tournament, you get a PS5 and a customized eMLS jersey to add to their game. First place in the PS5 tournament, you get $500 in the customized eMLS jersey as well. Competition starts Monday, so register now if you're interested. Registration link and more details are in the chat and the Twitch panels below. Mike, I know you love this tournament. You play in this tournament. Sell this tournament.
Oh, I can sell the tournament. I've played it many times. It's a great way to get practice, whether you're a beginner, intermediate, advanced player. It lets you know where you're at. And the best part of it is it's free and you get prizing for figuring out where you're at. It's a good measurable. I don't know if you need more sales, but I can bring them your way, Faisal. But I've played in plenty of the open series, highly recommend it. It's kind of a gateway, in my opinion, to getting into the competitive scene and really figuring out exactly how you play under pressure.
Love that, love that, love that, love that. We know some of these guys that we're seeing this weekend, they're so cool and calm under pressure, but you got to start somewhere. Let's talk about our second match of the day. It's the 2019 treble winner. Hey, you got to be calm to do that. Dulce with the New York Red Bulls and 2018 eMLS Cup champion. You got to be calm to do that as well. Kid Mamito from the Chicago Fire. Dan Gaskin, set us up.
History would suggest that Dulster has won over Kid Mamito here, not just in recent qualifiers where he found a victory, but they also matched up against each other in the eMLS Cup back in 2021, where Dulster did find a victory. So Kid Mamito, I'm sure, will be out for revenge here, Mike LaBelle, but it is not going to be an easy task whatsoever.
And it's got to be said, in more recent time, Kid Mamito struggled getting into the bracket stage and being able to bring his best package initially. And what I mean there is that he's a slow starter and has to kind of work his way in, but it's difficult to play comeback when you first get onto a stream and you have all these new eyes on you. But of course, both these guys have been champions. Kid Mamito joining Chicago, and I would say after joining Chicago, he really reinvigorated himself from a career perspective as well, where he had success in Houston and then a couple years where we didn't feel that he reached his expectation. Then he was back to goodness, back to that greatness. Last year having a North American title as well, if you're looking at going into the FIFA ecosystem. So I'm looking forward to this game. Both these guys, tons of experience. And they're friends offline and maybe not going to be as good of friends online after this match. We'll see.
Just like you and Susanna, which we'll get to that. We'll get to that in a second. I just want to remind
Susanna
everybody.
Susanna would even hang out with me offline. No, I can't do it. I'm like, hey, let's go. Let's all meet up as a group. Nope, doesn't happen.
That feels like a consistent problem you have with a bunch of people. But again, we'll get to that in a second. We've got a contest for everybody watching on Twitch where you can win a custom MLS jersey, MLS Story gift card, and 120,000 FIFA points, which are up for grabs as well. Listen, to win, you got to participate in questions from the Sport Buff extension to earn some points. At the end of the show, the top 10 on the leaderboard will receive a whisper on Twitch to claim their prize. Restrictions do apply. You can see the panel below for contest rules. All right, it's time for pre-match predictions. We'll all get a chance to predict the winner. Chat, you can as well by voting on the aforementioned Sport Buff extension on the screen. Dan, I feel like you and I should start this one off and let the two of them fight it out at the end. So I'll go with you first.
I have no allegiances to either player or anyone on this broadcast, so I'm going to go for complete what I believe is going to happen, and I think Dulster is going to win this game purely based on how he's been performing in recent times, but I do think it's going to be a close one. I'll give you that.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine all of them will be close this weekend as well. I'm going to go with Dulce as well. You sold me when you talked about his recent head-to-head against Kid Mamito. And Mike, the slow starts, you can't afford that, too much in these tournaments here, especially with the new patch and how hard it is to get back into games. So I'm going to go with Dulce as well. Susanna?
Come on, Faisal. I didn't know you were so easily influenced. No, this is tough. This is tough because I love Dulce. I love Kid Mamito, but and I also, before I give my prediction, I just have to give a shout out to the Red Bulls who sent me Red Bulls branded wine glasses. I don't know if you can see that. It's like, there we go. There it is.
Yeah,
so I love you, Red Bulls, but yeah, I gotta.
For
go
whoever's watching that handle those out to Susanna, I'll give you my address. I'll give you my address too. I want some of these glasses. I feel left
Mike
out
LaBelle
right
is
now.
very jealous of those wine
I'm
glasses.
salty.
But yeah, I'm going with my hometown boy, Kid Mamito. Let's go, Chicago.
Everybody's got Red Bull swag except for me here, eh? Okay, cool. Cool. I got one that says champion here somewhere, though, but it's a flag. It's the Toronto FC. That's different. Reds. Different Reds. Different Reds, though.
Okay.
Different Reds. All right, Mike. The chat's picked Dulce, and I know you will, too, but why?
Dulce has been better from a consistency standpoint. League Series 1, I love the way that he played. He almost beat Goal Machine. That went to extra time, and that was, of course, the champion, as you're very proud and you remind us about all the time. Our DMs are just Goal Machine, and then we have a normal conversation. So it has to start. So I'm joining the party on Dulce, and I'm scared to do it at this point because my record is obviously, as you can see, phenomenal. Yeah, we're doing wonderful here. If you go with Mike, then everything is right. Maybe not today or yesterday or last week or 2 weeks ago. All right, I'll stop the cringe. All right, look,
no,
I got
you won't.
Dulce. I think
you won't.
I think he's been building as well.
Shameful.
Like I think he's looked better so far in League Series 2 than he did even in League Series 1. He's adjusted to the patch well, and that he'll be ready for this game.
Shameful.
I see you, Red Bull, in the Twitch comments. Yeah, you know who I was rooting for in League Series 1, but you also know I can be bought. That's all I'm saying. Hey, listen, during the match, send us your best comments in the chat, and we'll feature them during a match. Dan and Mike, it's quarterfinal number 2.
Does Kid Mamito have a chance to keep Susanna happy and smiling, or is there going to be maybe a sad face after this game? Because I know one thing, and that is Dulce, he means business, and he has for quite some time now. A treble winner of the eMLS. He knows how to perform in this competition, but one thing that really caught my eye when it comes to the stats about these two guys, Mike LaBelle, is Kid Mamito has the best goals against record out of anyone throughout these qualifiers. On average, he's only conceded 1.1 goals per game. An amazing defensive record. This is going to be difficult to break him down.
Well, in the part that plays a big factor into his goals allowed, did you see the possession stat? Nearly 55%. And that's against, of course, only other pro players. So that means he's really dominating the ball. If you have the ball, your opponent can't score. You take him out of the game. And even more so with this newer patch, where you need a little more build-up to create attacks. It's not as a singular outlet as we once saw. And I know that we've both been playing a lot, Dan, and I'm sure you co-sign this. But before this patch, you could have the one through ball, the one release, the threaded or the chip through ball, and you could create an attack, or even the driven passes. And that just hasn't been the case in the post-patch. Therefore, if you're really good with possession play, your opponent just doesn't have enough time to make a bunch of opportunities.
Our second match of the day then, here in the eMLS Series 2. It's another quarterfinal, and it's a juicy one. Dulce versus Kid Mamito. And it's going to be an opportunity for Dulce to try and regain the success he had a couple of years back, or Kid Mamito to go even a little bit further back in the history books as a champion himself. They both know what championships taste like. They've got to get past the other before they can taste it once more. Here's Kylian Mbappe to Pozuelo. Dulce just trying to make his way forward, trying to break down that tough defense that we speak of, but nothing's going to come of it on this occasion.
And the biggest difference between these two competitors, Dulce would have an advantage in a quicker pace game, typically speaking here. He's got a lot of free flow and fluidity to his offense. Kid Mamito will have a lot more structure, both defensively and offensively, really looking to pinpoint those opportunities, when to step, when to sit back, and so forth and so on.
Well, R9's got hold of this one, and Kid Mamito just manages to get a defender to get a foot in. I was going to say, after all that talk of his defensive record, and then almost instantly makes a mistake to allow Dulce in, but now on the counter-attack, Pele is going to be the choice of icon for Kid Mamito. We've seen a lot of R9, but very little Pele. Here's Dorster, though, into R9 that I speak of, and oh, he has a stab at it with his right foot. The defender doing just enough there.
And that was one of those moments you kind of have to go for it, and almost rewarded him, where you had the lofted through pass, bad touch from a defender. It falls into R9's path. Of course, he didn't connect, but it's not necessarily forcing it, but you know you've got an isolated matchup where you have a superior player.
Duncan and Fofana linking up on the right-hand side. Neymar now also there to assist. The ball roll to get past the initial. Back to Fofana, who's in the middle as well. Pozuelo plays it out to Pele. Can he be the difference maker in these early stages for Kid Mimito? Pozuelo again takes a dig, and that's just going to go over. But I like the effort. I like the attempt. It's not something that we saw in the previous game, that's for sure.
And just to build off of even what Faisal was saying, we talked about Pabs, where you saw the inclusion of a lot more lob passes and chip through balls in the final third. We haven't seen anyone shooting from outside of the box, but it was Time Green, misaligned a little bit on the power from Kibamito, but it's another way of changing the pace, changing the game plan, and then again, being able to orchestrate and be a little more creative in that final third. You've got to open up those angles and get in there, or in this case, from outside the box, be able to keep your opponent honest, where they're going to have to step. They got to defend against it.
Just trusting in Pozuelo as well. Maybe not the player you typically see scoring when you've got Mbappe and Neymar surrounding, but sometimes it's about being unpredictable. And maybe Dorster not closing down Pozuelo, expecting the pass. Here is Mbappe through to Neymar. Going to be offside, though. That's certainly warning signs. Kid Mimito just has to be careful about those runs that are going to be made by the likes of Mbappe and Neymar. Speaking of those runs, down the left-hand side and the middle, Mbappe goes. Pele's there calling for it as well, but Kid Mimito being forced back by Dorster. A lot of pressure, utilising that second-man press every single time, of course. Could go for another long-range shot from outside the box, but instead plays this one a little bit slower, more patient, and eventually is rewarded. But Petr Cech going to be in goal and makes a save the first time he's asked.
And between goalkeepers, a lot of it is just personal preference and comfort. There's no real statistic that measures goalkeepers the same way that we look at midfielders or attackers, even defenders, in terms of looking at, oh, well, they have these types of stat lines.
And wow, I heard a little scream by Susanna as well in the background, because Kid Mimito takes the lead here for Chicago. We're talking about goalkeepers, and we're talking about the change, the difference between Petr Cech and Donnarumma. Well, Petr Cech could get nowhere near that one. The extra pass, making sure it was a complete open net. And it's a 1-0 lead for Chicago.
And in that case, it doesn't matter what goalkeeper you have. But I guess the point I was making, most any other position, we have a lot of clear measurables as to what success looks like. With the goalkeepers, it's completely subjective and super opinionated across the board.
Here's Kylian Mbappe. Dorster, can he instantly respond? Maybe he can, and he will! And that's exactly what the doctor ordered. Dorster grabs one back. Kid Mimito shakes his head. If on average he's only conceding 1.1 goals a game, then that one's come a lot earlier than I thought it would.
Instant rebuttal, the best type of rebuttal. Also the best time to win the ball back, right when you lose it. We've seen this as a standard often in the traditional sport, and definitely in FIFA. It just seems as if players switch off a little bit and you have that moment where you can have that instant equalizer.
So 2 quick goals. Can it be a third now? Kid Mimito with Pato on the left. Being pressured by several players, but happy to have a little jig on the left-hand side and test the defensive work of Dorster. Fofana. Again being pressured. Pele. And finally the pressure pays off, and now Dorster can launch a counter-attack. R9 is sprinting down the left wing. Mbappe's in the middle. Neymar at the far side. Ronaldo tries to eke past Marquinhos, but it's well defended in the end.
Big time defending there for Marquinhos. I was just going to say as well, the previous chance, Kimimito had a chance to dump it off. He did some good work down the end line with Pato, and these are those types of opportunities that you revisit, where you break down and you resurface, and it could be the difference maker between scoring a goal or conceding a goal or being ahead or being drawn even.
A few minutes left in the first half of this first leg. It's Pozuelo and Fofana who are teaming up in midfield to try and generate a little bit of space for the strikers to work with, but no one really showing for it yet. But Nathan, of all people, has come forward. does get into that space, into that pocket that Kid Mamito has been searching for. Still a little bit of time. Oh, that pass is very much overfired, and Kid Mamito just has a little laugh about it because he knows that if that had actually gone to Mbappe's feet, it could have been a different story.
And the reason that you're going to see runs triggered for center backs or even fullbacks is not to use them often in the middle of the pitch, or even holding midfielders for that, the same argument. It's just to open up space or to draw center mids or center defensive mids or the center backs slightly out of position, therefore allowing you to find one of your main strikers. So it's almost a dummy run. It's used very commonly at the competitive level, and there is risk and reward associated because, of course, if you lose the ball, then you've given up a lot more room for those counterattacks. And we have seen a couple leak outs for Dulsta, as you see both goals here. The extra pass made once, Mbappe moving, grooving, finds the tall, back to Mbappe, 1-2, and then that 5-star weak foot from R9. Doesn't matter if it's on the left, doesn't matter if it's on the right. No goalkeeper stop in the top corner or a tap in between Dulsta and Kibamito, and it's 1-1 at half, which I think is pretty fair. If you're coming into this from a neutral perspective, I think it's a very fair halftime score.
It is fair. Possession hasn't been evenly shared, though. Kid Mamito with 62% of it. You already highlighted his possession stat from the qualifiers, one of the highest. And he's demonstrating that here against Dulsta. But Dulsta won't let that phase him. We know how clinical Dulsta can be in front of goal. R9 finding an extra pass to Neymar. On the turn back to Renato Sanchez. And there's a few red and white jerseys in the middle. Mbappe back to Pato once more. But Fofana is an absolute tank in the midfield. I remember his player of the month was a must-do. And of course, this new item is even better as Pato can get a shot away. It's timed green, and that one's timed red. Maybe a third chance, and it will finally go in. Dulsta was probably thinking, 1, 2, what have I got to do? But finally, R9 gets the job done.
And that's rare. Both players have the same reaction. The head is shaking and baking, and you see almost disbelief. Dulsta can't believe the secondary save. Kid Mamito can't believe he gets a third chance to tap it in, and it's 2-1 to start the second half.
That is wild. The fact the second shot was timed red, but the fact the first shot was timed green and it still hit the post, and the second shot timed red, you think is going wayward. And then he still gets the third chance, and R9 now could potentially score another one here. Cuts it back, but it's a little bit too far, a little bit too rigid. And quite rightly, a pause comes through just to allow everyone to clear their mentals, including myself right now.
And you see how FIFA works in these little spurts. Dulsta almost added to that lead, was almost able to extend and create a little more of a separation. And it's just that little moment of being able to take advantage when you can feel that the coffee is brewed, so to speak, that it's ready to go. And FIFA will always be like that in certain regards. I think it was a really smart time to have this pause, and Kibamito, I'm sure, will be able to slow down the game a little bit.
Some fresh legs coming onto the pitch as well to try and make the difference. Maybe take advantage of some stamina issues at the back. Here's Vinicius Jr., one of those substitutes I was talking of. Into Pato. Couldn't find the goal earlier and won't find the pass there either. Now Kid Mamito needs to try and take advantage of all this possession he has been finding. But as I say that, it's been Dulsta on the rise in this second half. Plenty of possession to work with. And looking threatening every single time he goes forward. There's very much congestion in the midfield right now. So many blue shirts to try and get past, but there's a little gap for Vinicius. And oh, it's a great save.
And if there's one complaint, Dan, about Vinicius Jr. is his finishing. Doesn't matter what version you have. It's just not as consistent as other attackers or even top-tier wingers.
So Dulsta with the opportunities certainly there, but the player's not necessarily getting the job done for him. That's always going to add to extra frustration, but he'll still be happy to be leading this one. Maybe exited earlier than he would have hoped during Series 1, but still showed us what he was made of and still showed class that we know he has. As Mbappe tries to dink one in, somehow Pele's got hold of it, and what on earth has just happened at the back? Kid Mamito can't even believe it himself. Pele latches onto it, grabs an equaliser, and maybe it goes tit for tat from what we saw at the other end, but that's a difficult pill to swallow for Dulsta.
That's difficult. There's no doubt about it. Both competitors, again, same reaction. It takes deflection up and down. Pele reacts a little bit quicker, taps it home. The idea on the initial pass is good. It just wasn't open. And in this case, Dulsta didn't get rewarded with an unlucky second bounce. Since 2-all now in the 68th minute. And I'm sure for Kimamito, this is massive for his confidence because he felt a little hard done with the triple rebound.
Well, Nathan and Marquinhos, of course, partnering up at the back, and quite often Nathan being targeted as the slower centre-back of the two. Just 80 pace, his base statistic on that item. So he can be very much exposed by the likes of Mbappe, Pele, R9, whoever wants to stretch their legs against him. Vinicius Jr. managing to intercept that one and give possession back to Dulsta as we've got 20 minutes or just shy of remaining now. Can't afford to make any mistakes because you know if you give the ball away, Kid Mamito, he will hold on to it and he will try and just eat away at that clock. Here's Pato into Mbappe. Can he find a pass? And oh, what a goal that would have been if the strike was clean. It was a little bit rough around the edges.
And it's a surprise that he doesn't get a little more power behind that from Pato. Maybe not converting, but at least forcing the goalkeeper to have to parry it, potentially another rebound. And I was actually going to say, when you're discussing Nathan, from League Series 1 in particular, he was my biggest surprise player. I didn't know how he was going to perform, and I was really impressed.
Well, here is that man, and I agree. Oh, but that's going to be a mistake. Pele latches onto it. Pato tries to strike, but Nathan's there to block. He's an absolute unit at the back. A very big physical frame, reminds me of Van Dijk's foot item. There's plenty of love for the New York Red Bulls in the Twitch chat right now. And Dulsta's going to want to hear all of it because after the goal that went in, he's going to be a little bit frustrated, but focused on his face as he tries to get past the defensive Kid Mamito, but regaining possession means a counter-attack can be launched. Vinicius Jr. on the right-hand side. Has to try and attempt to beat the right back, which he will for Fana. Inside to Pozuelo, could shoot, but goes to Pele, and Pato with one of the biggest defensive interceptions you will see him make for quite some time.
Not what you expect to be commentating on. Pato coming up clutch defensively on the chase back. Potentially another frustration foul there as well. You call it a professional foul from Kimamito, forces the reset.
Plays this one short. 5 minutes on the clock remaining in this first leg. Can there be a difference maker before we head into the metaphorical changing rooms? Mbappe back to Pozuelo. Just a couple of 1-2 passes, looking for that gap once more. This is where Mike said sometimes you'll see some of the more defensive players make those runs to try and drag those players away from the defensive positions. R9. Here's a little bit of space then. Vinicius Jr. Can he dink one in? He will dink it in, and the finish is there. And with just a few minutes remaining in the first leg, Dulsta regains his lead.
And talk about that composure again, just well weighted. He must have resurfaced and recycled between Pozuelo and Renato Sanchez, just looking for the gap, finding the timing and the aligning runs. It had to be 5 or 6 exchanges between those two in the midfield, and it looks rather tedious to a certain degree. Definitely a methodical way of building up, but it's all planned where he's looking for those overlapping runs and just trying to make sure the spacing was properly aligned in order to generate the attack.
You really can see why, though, Kid Mamito has had such an impressive defensive record. Even though he's conceded 3, Dulsta's had to work so hard to get those goals. Maybe one last chance if you fire one forward, but Nathan will put that fire out. And after our first leg, Dulsta and the New York Red Bulls have a 3-2 lead going into leg number 2. Faisal, it is certainly a game that had some interesting goals. That's if we're going to beat around the bush. There were some difficult ones for these players.
Yeah, no, I don't think either of them will be overly impressed with how each played in that leg 1. The beauty is there is a leg 2 to get it done. And look at this, right? Like, Mike, you talked about it, the patience, the recycling, and it leads to that. And you know what? Just, I don't understand. Like, I feel like if I were playing, and this is what separates me from a pro, and I'm not winning the game, I'm going to try, no matter what the time is on the clock, to try and do it. These guys have no issue holding and waiting for that last chance. And eventually it pays off there for Dulsta because you're just patient. And sometimes what you do is you bore your opponent to death on the defensive end, and they're more prone to make mistakes. But I know you were impressed with that goal.
And the key is being deliberate, and that's a big difference too. How many times have you played online, you're going up against someone, and there's a lot of possession play, but it doesn't have any force. There's no planning behind it. There's no structure behind it. You're just holding possession to hold possession. And that's a big difference between the pro players and even just competitive players versus guys that are maybe gifted with possession. It doesn't mean a lot if you're holding it at the back or even holding in the midfield. You need to do it while you're looking for options. You're probing is how I always like to talk about it. You're not doing 1-2s back and forth between Pozuelo and Renato Sanchez to waste time. He's looking to pinpoint when can I hit one of the other attackers. And in a lane of space where he has something to work with. That's why that goal looks so simple. Vinicius attacks the space, passes it across. You have the go-ahead 88th minute, and we sit here and compliment him.
Let's take a look at some of the highlights while we talk more about the game that was. Kid Mamito and Dulsta, a tight first leg affair between the two that started in favor of the Chicago Fire player. It was Neymar on the wing, into Alexander Pato, found Mbappe, one extra touch, and that ball from Pele is in the back of the net, and it got Susanna jumping out of her seat, got Susanna dancing as, there she is. There she is. Welcome to the broadcast. Now you know how it feels to have your every move observed by the cameras at all times, but not a bad thing when your team is scoring. Didn't take long, though, Mike, for Dulsta to get back into it.
And that was key for this matchup, not even for Dulsta, but just the type of game that we were going to experience in terms of going forward, it being a little more offensive approach. This is the almost triple rebound, but with it being red time, fair play to the goalkeeper, it bounces back to R9. Say what you will. I was surprised that he hit the post on a green time to start that out. Maybe there's some good fortune. And then again, you got a little bit of that double tap pass, just a terrible deflection right after we complimented, or just before we complimented Nathan. Falls back to Kid Mamito. He says maybe he's been a little bit lucky there. He's got some good fortune. Either way, it's what you do with it, and he was able to convert. And then late and great, you see the Pozuelo exchange, R9. Vinicius keeps it simple across the box. Mbappe from within the 6. He's always going to finish in that type of position. And that's 5 goals in what we thought might be a defensive matchup, but it didn't end up being that at all. And I'm really looking forward to the second leg because I think it's going to be more offense. And if someone's leading, I know someone has to push forward. I don't know if I want to put it out there or not, but we haven't seen penalty kicks yet. Not in League Series 1, and not yet in League Series 2.
Breathe, bro.
I want penalties at some point. I would like it at some point throughout this weekend.
If we do get penalties between Dulsta and Kid Mamito, I am begging for our production team to have ISO cams of Susanna and Mike in the corners as well, so we can get their reaction. Susanna, I saw you. You were stressing that game, eh?
Oh, I was stressed to the max. I need more snacks. I started stress eating during that one, and I was just like, and I ran out of snacks to put in my mouth. But the one thing Dulsta said, both guys were pretty quiet in between legs, but the one thing Dulsta said, he said, mentally, that was taxing. Like, he was spent. So, and I was like, brother, I feel you. I feel that. And I wasn't even playing. So this is speaks to the intensity of the competition here, because I'm feeling it.
Absolutely.
Sure.
No, absolutely. Absolutely it does. And hey, man, that is, if he's feeling it and we're feeling it, listen, man, it just goes to show how tight these games are and how good each of these players are. We saw it again in this leg, right? Like, chances galore, mistakes leading to opportunities, and some stressful moments on each side, and we still have another leg to go. I also want to remind everybody, we got a contest for those watching in Twitch where you can win a custom MLS jersey, MLS store gift cards, and 120,000 FIFA points, which are up for grabs as well. You can make sure you're signed in and link your account with the Sport Buff extension. To link your account, click the leaderboard, then click settings, and then link your Twitch account. At the top of the show, the top 10 on the leaderboard will receive a whisper on Twitch to claim their prize. Restrictions do apply. You can see the panel below for contest rules. Hey, another reminder, of course, send us your comments during the match, and we will try to feature them. Dan and Mike, though, they're busy with their eyes on the action. Take it away, guys. It is time for leg number 2.
Leg number 2 shortly will be underway then between these two competitors. Red Bull New York against Chicago Fire, of course, and a chance to be into the semi-finals of eMLS Series 2. The quarterfinals is already a fantastic achievement, that's certain, but we know full well all these players want to get their hands not just on the trophy, but a little bit of that extra prize money as well, that extra chunk of cheddar, as we will now kick off then the second leg of this quarterfinal.
And again, it's anyone's game. 1 goal in FIFA is nothing. It really doesn't impact a lot. You need larger degrees of separation. Even last game, we saw that with a small preview of Pab starting to make a run, and he had a 3-goal deficit to recover from, and he had all the chances to make it happen.
So Dulsta with the goal lead going into leg number 2. And of course, from right to left in the New York Red Bulls kit. And we'll see whether we can see an early goal just to give that cushion, that 2-goal cushion that these players search for sometimes. Make him a little bit more comfortable on the pitch. Perhaps won't be as worried when Kid Mamito has possession, but certainly Dulster more than happy to slow this one down right now, matching the pace that Kid Mamito offers at times. Fofana intercepts, but the ball goes no further than back to Pato. That's his Neymar. Shifts the ball inside, but will be very aggressively taken out by Nathan.
Just ran out of real estate, Dan. Got the ball into the right area, but didn't have support, and Kimamito shows some of that defensive experience and just defensive success, makes a proper step, a smart step.
Well, that's out. We'll fire this one into R9, but it's very well defended again by Kid Mamito. He knows what he wants to achieve here defensively. He knows how he wants to try and position his players to intercept these balls, but Dulster's just trying to work his way around that. What we need to see from Kid Mamito is a different plan of action going forward. Even though he's shown plenty of moments of promise, still finds himself behind right now.
And I don't know if you feel this, but the tension just seems a little bit higher.
It does.
And I don't know if it's just been raised because we're going into the second leg, but you can tell this next goal or this next big mistake, whether it's for Dulster or Kid Mamito, is going to be crucial to the final result.
Well, we've got two players who have a lot of history against each other as well. I mean, Kid Mamito knows the results that Dulster's been able to get against him historically in this competition. And with some of the goals we've seen as well, they haven't exactly been the cleanest of goals. They've been pretty sloppy, sometimes pretty fortunate, and that always adds a little bit of extra spice to the game, extra frustration for the players. Susanna said it, that Dulster was feeling a little bit mentally taxed after the first 90 minutes. That's a fantastic ball, though, to R9. But what can you do with it? Mbappe holds on, tries to get around the keeper. Second chance. Nathan's there to rescue the day.
And that was inches. The first pass was vision 2020, no doubt, no denying. But then what are you going to do with it? Goalkeeper comes out, kills the angle, does a wonderful job, really, for Kimamito to just avoid conceding there.
Well, maybe on the flip side, now he can do something with Pele. Plays him on more, and Alexander Pato is there. And Kid Mamito will find his equaliser on aggregate. And it was a great bit of play in the box there to find the extra pass.
Very particular. You see the cancellation on the brand new 4-point turn in FIFA 22. Allows him to kind of resurface, finds the extra pass, of course. And again, FIFA's a game of momentum. And we just saw him nearly concede to then transitioning that and turning into a goal. And we will see that time and time again.
And it is crazy how much it happens. And I know everyone will have their own superstitions, but I think one of the big factors is just the mentals. Sometimes you're thinking about that chance and you're not focusing as much on defending. The mind, the human mind, I mean, I'm not sure that any of us really truly understand it, let alone when we're playing a video game. Here is Neymar Jr. Maybe trying to work his way down the right-hand side himself. Does have assistance from Mbappe, has to go back in the end. There is the ball onto the left. R9's managed to rescue it. There's the extra pass, and that's good save, but another rebound and another goal. And Kid Mamito cannot believe what's happening. And through flappy hands, and unfortunately, he finds himself a goal down once more.
And it's quality build-up, but yeah, it's got to be said with the goalkeeper. Just parry it anywhere else. To the left, to the right, over the goal. Just give me an opportunity, but instead it was right back to Pato. Goalkeeper's on the ground. Pato, of course, converts. And we have a 7-goal thriller. If you're coming into this from a neutral, you want some competitive FIFA in your life, you are not missing out on 2 offenses and even 2 really good defenses, because there have been those unlucky moments on both sides.
Co's got in the chat saying built different, and I have no idea who that's in reference to. It could be either of these players with how they are playing. Both of them built different, but built in very different ways. We've seen such great attacking promise from Dulster, great defensive play throughout the qualifiers from Kid Mamito, but on the day, they're both matching up in such a tough way against one another. They seem to be finding that extra pass. That through ball has been penetrating time and time again. But then there'll just be these moments where defensively they look unstoppable. So it's really difficult to call which way this is going to go. Of course, Dulster has the lead right now. I would not be surprised if we see Kid Mamito get another equaliser here.
when we talk about the game transitioning, they might be converting through balls, but it hasn't been as much of the over-the-top through ball.
Oh, no, it will go.
As a completely mistimed chip. And that's just a reminder that it's not easy to do that. We gave a lot of credit to Pabs for nearly converting, hitting the crossbar in the previous matchup, of course, against Palinetto. And it just shows you how difficult it is actually to convert these chips.
Well, a couple of mistakes coming in now from Kid Mamito. Mbappe tries to fire one back, can't get it past Nathan, but retrieves the ball still. Dolster really knocking on the door to try and make this a 2-goal lead, giving that cushion that I was talking of. Ronaldo. That's out on the pitch, trying to assist and getting forward, but it's not going to be happening. Kid Mamito might have one more opportunity before the halftime whistle here. A lot of space on the right-hand side, and he will find that space as well. Neymar, keeper's coming out. Can he get it over the top of him? No, he goes round and plays it back, and Dolster can wipe the sweat off his brow.
That is not how any coach wrote it up. I guarantee if somebody's in his ear saying, what are you doing? That's a no, no, yes type of moment. Goalkeeper comes out. He's out of position. He's really not able to get a hand onto anything. He's not going down. He's not standing up. There's so much space to work with. And I'm sure Kid Mamito was just slightly caught off guard. Couldn't find the extra pass because everything was open.
I mean, Dolster saying he's stressed. I'm stressed. Some of these chances that have gone begging. R9 with the chip over the keeper. Missed time. Kid Mamito with a fantastic opportunity to ball roll the keeper or to chip the keeper or to play the pass, and just slightly indecisive. Like, look at the amount of space. I know
you
the
can
ball's
see the
slightly overhit, right?
He comes out late. He comes out late.
It's one of those that Kid Mamito will definitely want back again, Mike LaBelle. And, you know, it's such a shift of play and styles. It's been actually Dolster who's had the majority of possession in this first 45. It was 62% for him. Remember, in the first leg, Kid Mamito had a 62% possession in favour of his side after the first half. So Dolster really focusing on holding onto the ball a little bit more in this second leg.
Well, having that lead, you want to put your opponent under some pressure. You want him to have to make changes, not the other way around.
Sanchez can't find his initial pass, but is rewarded with a second opportunity. There's Ronaldo. Neymar now manages to beat one, plays it inside. R9 can't retrieve it, so Kid Mamito instantly trying to launch this counter-attack. Mbappe's making the run through the middle. Vinicius manages to latch onto it. Again, a little bit of fortune. The rub of the green in favour of Kid Mamito, but can he take advantage of it? Again, still managing to retrieve the ball. It's bobbling everywhere in favour, but finally Dolster just lumps it out, and he needed to.
And he had a bit of a penalty shout there as well. Player falls down, edge of the box. Did you maybe lean in? Did you potentially make a tackle? Maybe not so much. We've seen so many different types of calls, or lack thereof, throughout FIFA matches.
I mean, maybe those in the back might want to correct me if I'm wrong, but since I've commentated eMLS, I've not seen a penalty given. And I'd love for someone to actually double-check that. But, you know,
those are dangerous words,
I've
Dan.
not seen any penalties either. Like, we've not had those penalty shootouts, Mike, that you speak of. So maybe it's all my fault, but maybe that's a good thing, because penalties, they are a very nerve-wracking experience for player, viewer, your cat, your dog. It doesn't really matter. Everyone hates them, really. Here's Pozuelo. Assistance from Mbappe. Nice little run off the ball, but here now comes Kid Mamito. He's got shirts flooding forward. He's got numbers. Pele making the run down the left. Mbappe in the middle. If he wants to use him, but can go far right to Vinicius. Will go far right. Beats the first man. Could strike it. Will strike it. But this time, Czech gets a better hand to it.
And again, that's the detriment. That's the criticism. Vinicius does not convert like other top-tier wingers. As good as he is with creation, explosiveness with the speed, as you can see again, something about his finishing, it's just not quite there at the highest degree or the highest level.
Well, this time you might be able to play a pass instead of finding the shot then. Running away from several different players. Being pressured. Dolster just trying to win this ball back desperately. Pele plays it into Vinicius once more. Here's Marquinhos though, showing his brute strength at the back. That's what Dolster needs to do. Consistently deny Kid Mamito every single attack. Suck that momentum out of this game. Don't allow him even an inch, because otherwise we know he will take a mile. Sanchez. And Pozuelo being patient, but Sanchez on Sanchez action results in Kid Mamito again getting the ball. Here's Mbappe, making that run through the middle. If you're running against Nathan, you know you've got a chance, but again, the strength has been fantastic from him. Pato. Into Pozuelo, back to Pato again. There's the through ball if he wants it. Manages to recover it. Vinicius Jr. into Mbappe. The keeper made the dive, but the defender made the block.
Oh, I'm sweating. Dan, it's getting sweaty. The drama is a roller coaster here for the last 20.
I'm sure that Susanna's got plenty of snacks to be ingesting at this point. She's nervous eating. Vinicius is through, but it's a flop. Oh, it almost snuck in.
What are we watching? I don't know who touched it.
What on earth is going on right now with some of these defensive errors? I don't mind because it's creating for some wonderful action. Here's Pato. Got to beat the first defender. Doesn't manage to do so, and that is going to fizzle out. And Dulster just needs to calm this game down.
Oof. Easier said than done. The press is on.
Pozuelo to Vinicius. He's transitioning from right to left. There's space in the middle. Pele was calling for it, but Mbappe has got it. Driving forward is Kid Mamito. He's knocking on the door right now, but is Dulster going to open it? Or is he going to say, no thank you, not today? Here's Vinicius once more. Pato. Mbappe! We've got our equalizer. Game on, 4-4.
And the reality is Dulster just couldn't get it out. He was winning the ball constantly. He's got a lot of bounces that unfortunately didn't go for him there, but you can just see Kid Mamito crowding the box more and more. And the releases, every time that Dulster made a good stop, he didn't have the release anymore. He couldn't find the outlet man, and that's that counter press that we see so frequently. But you do feel a little bit hard done here. You see a couple of lunges. There was a couple bounce backs before it finally ended up there, but the extra pass was made. Mbappe is the right guy. Middle of the box, always going to be converting.
So 10 minutes remaining in this second leg of this quarterfinal, and we're all tied up, back to square one. And it's Kid Mamito with all the momentum on his side, but denied that attacking opportunity. Can Dulster continue to do what he's been doing? Over and over again, he's been taking that lead and asking the question. If he could do it one more time, you feel like surely it would be enough here. Vinicius into Mbappe, gets into R9, and just like that, the New York Red Bulls find themselves 5-4 up once more.
And the build-up is incredible. You see the resurfaces. He fakes, with Dulster here, fakes attacking down that end line again. Resurfaces, takes his time. You have that double tap, that little lob pass again, and then the layoff to R9 to go from, again, maybe one of those 60-70% chances to making it where you almost can't miss.
After all that hard work from Kid Mamito, it's instantly wiped away, forgotten. And now there's only 5 minutes left for him to find yet another equalizer, but it's Dulster in the ascendancy. Vinicius Jr. can dink this one, and how about that for a finish, Mike LaBelle?
Time green, diagonal, beautiful. We said Vinicius is having trouble finishing. Lines it up, take your time. And that's going to wrap it up, and what a goal. Maybe the goal of the day. I know we're getting early, but just the moment to close it out. Diagonal chip, green time, not easy to do. Perfect placement with a player that has been the guy that's kind of been iffy in front of the goal. Everything else has been good to go. The creation, the expression, the ingenuity, but even with 84 shooting on his baseline foot item, it's leaving you asking for more, but not in that circumstance.
Is there anything left, though, for Kid Mamito? It has to be a goal here. Czech manages to palm it up into the air, and Marquinhos heads it out as the hero. A goal there, and there might have been a chance for Kid Mamito, and that one gets played out of the pitch. And with that, the last chance of Kid Mamito to get back into this one, it dwindles away, and Dulster and the New York Red Bulls are going to be moving on into the semi-finals. Kid Mamito, he made it a fantastic effort to try and keep in this game, but Dulster shows class, he shows brilliance, and our previous treble winner of eMLS back in 2019 is on a roll once more, Mike LaBelle.
You see the big smile there. This always had the vibes of whoever was going to score late, whoever's going to have that last opportunity. I might have teased potentially seeing penalty kicks, but just because there was so much battle back, And that chip, just the placement, the added emphasis, and just having a little more oomph to it as well. Typically when we're seeing chips, they're a little more lob heavy. That one had a little more direction to it, and it just closed out the game. Kind of showcases that Duelsta was ready for the moment as well, very comfortable and confident towards the end of that matchup, sees it out and moves on to the semifinals.
Well, Faisal, I mean, all game long we were talking about Vinicius Jr. and just having that, you know, lacking that final finish, but, you know, when it was all said and done, when they needed the goal, he was able to pull it out, and it really was an unbelievable finish.
Well, listen, like, maybe all second half long, I don't know if I saw Duelsta with a chance. It was all Kid Mamito, all Kid Mamito, all Kid Mamito until he scored. And then it was Duelsta saying, you know what, turn up time right now. And it was Vinicius getting it done with two very, very nice goals. And my God, guys, that could have gone. I almost thought, Mike, we were going to get ourselves our first extra time and penalty situation. Not first extra time, of course, but first penalty situation of eMLS, but not to be. Duelsta moving on. He'll play Alanavi or X Verde, which is your next quarterfinal, by the way. But my God, guys, like, again, the scoreline's not really indicative of how tight these matches were in Den. And Mike, I know you guys are calling it, Mike, and I'm sure you're thrilled with how that ended, LaBelle.
I think Duelsta deserved it towards the end of the matchup. He converted the key opportunities that were necessary. I think you also have to give a lot of credit to Kimamito. He battled back on multiple occasions, and the way that he was able to have so much pressure towards the end of that second half, like you were saying, it felt like it was all Kimamito was just coming. He really pinned Duelsta in. He couldn't get out, and it felt like it was a matter of time. Of course, he got the equalizer. There was a pause. There was an exchange. There was a tactical shift. Maybe he shouldn't have shifted. You name it. But either way, from that point forward, we saw Duelsta add a couple at the end.
Let's get to some of the highlights, Mike, and you can help break it down a little bit for us as well. Because again, moments in that game where you didn't know which way the game was going to go, who was going to come out on top, but ultimately it is Duelsta. Now, first things first, Kid Mamito, a chance.
I love this goal. I love this goal right there. That
so
turn,
gorgeous.
so nice.
Oh, that pass, man.
It sets it up, the vision, but just that cancellation there on the wing, it throws off a defender. It gives you that half step or that half second of an advantage. It was a fantastic equalizer. You have Mbappe here kind of forcing it through. Pato takes a shot. The goalkeeper, I think, was slightly moved, and it's unfortunately just a bad rebound. Goes back to Duelsta. He'll take the goal. You see the head nod, almost the way of saying, yeah, I had a little bit of good fortune there, but the buildup was what it was supposed to be. And then late, and it was great, and it was one of those more so defensive circumstances. You see an unlucky situation again with the bounce back, but if you're watching this game, it was 15, maybe even 20 minutes that Kimamito was constantly pressuring. So it just felt like it was coming. Regardless of how the goal ended up getting there, it just felt as if it was coming. It was on the horizon.
And then the two at the end, I mean, this one, of course, the one that ultimately won it for him, patience, and we've seen that become a theme in eMLS, right? That extra pass in the box. Not here, though, Mike LaBelle. He saw slight goaltender movement. Oh, this is just a goal again here, by the way. My bad.
We got multiple camera views. We were stepping it up here.
Here we go. Saw some goaltender movement and said, you know what? Diagonal, not right over the top. Put a little bit of an angle on that. And a green time chip, man. I can't even green time a normal shot. That's impressive. Let's head over to Susanna standing by with Duelsta. It's our player interview presented by Cheez-It.
Duelsta, that was intense. I was sweating. Mike LaBelle was sweating. Dan was nervous. I was stress eating at one point. I know you actually said after that first leg that mentally that was super taxing. From your perspective, what made this matchup so good and such a hard one for you?
Yeah, I thought Kid, you know, his attack was phenomenal. The way he was possessing the ball, like, it was really, like, especially in that first leg, was really draining for me, like, to just be trying to watch every passing in, and he was doing a really good job possessing the ball, and a lot of his goals, you know, came from breaking me down and just, you know, pass across and then another one for an open goal. So yeah, he was tough to defend, really tough to defend.
Well, so what were the adjustments that you were able to make, especially in that second leg, to find the goals to put this one away?
Yeah, I didn't really change too much. I was always kind of confident in my attack. I was missing some chances. I thought, you know, maybe could have gone in another day. So I always felt confident going forward. Even when he equalised in the 80th minute, the second leg, I still knew I could, do what I needed to do to win. And bringing on Vinny for Neymar helped a lot, and Renato Sanchez on for Atal. They're the two subs I always make. They really helped close out the game for me, especially with that chip from Vinny.
Well, you are headed to the semi-finals. Now, you are no stranger to success in eMLS. You were the treble winner back in 2019. How hungry are you for some more hardware?
Yeah, I think I'm actually hungrier than I've ever been. I believe this is the first semi-final I've been back since, eMLS Cup 2019. And a lot of lads probably thought, I'm a bit finished in CF19. That was my only good FIFA year. So, yeah, it means the world to me now to get back to spot and prove that I'm still up there with the best in NA.
Well, it's great to have you there, Duelsta. Best of luck in the semi-finals. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Susanna. I appreciate it.
Basil, back to you.
All right, that's it. 2 down, 2 to go. We're going to get ourselves set for our next match, though. We're going to take a quick break. It's the Texas Derby. Alan Avi, X Verde. That's next at eMLS League Series 2, presented by Coca-Cola.
You can sell things, your talents.
Hey, welcome back. It's quarterfinal day at eMLS League Series 2 presented by Coca-Cola. And you know what goes nice with a cold Coca-Cola? Some chips. How about a chip from Vinny Jr. there to help seal the deal for Duelsta. He is moving on to the semi-final. 2 players through, 4 still to play for their share of $20,000. Yes, this is a look at the updated bracket. We will find out who Duelsta is playing very, very shortly. Alanavi X Verde getting set to go. Then our last match of the day features Gold Machine and Lamps. Winner will play Paolo Neto in tomorrow's semi-final. What is poppin' and lockin', everyone? Faisal Kamisa here. Dan Gaskin, Mike LaBelle. You see them on your screen. Susanna Collins here with us as well. It's the #1 seed, Alanavi. Almost didn't make it, Dan. Taking on X Verde now. Dallas versus Austin.
Yeah, and I mean, Alanavi, who didn't make it last time as well, didn't make the broadcast, and I was kind of scratching my head because I was like, I know Alan well. I know what a good player he is. Why is he not making the last 8? Well, he was at risk of not doing it again. He was down there. He was struggling a little bit, but then comes in as #1 seed with plus 22 goal difference. And we've got our Texas derby, Dallas versus Austin. But I'm sure X Verde creeping in at #8 seed on goal difference, may I add, just eking out King CJ. Will be delighted to be here, Mike LaBelle, in what should be another magnificent matchup.
Vamos, vamos, and vamos. I'm expecting a lot of goals in this game. And this is a big decider for both of these competitors. If you remember, if you've been around eMLS for quite some time, Alanavi had a lot of success in the first couple seasons. Then he had a hiatus where he wasn't in the league. He came back to the league. We haven't really gotten out of COVID times. We haven't seen the in-person Alanavi, which is what he's known for. Emotion, yelling. He really plays off a crowd. X Verde, big signing for Austin. Last season was first online multiple times. Couldn't put it together once he got to the bracket play. Unfortunately, ran into a Diddy Chris Lito in multiple occasions, and that did not go in his favor. So this is pretty huge for his career. And you don't want to be known as a nearly guy. You get to brackets and can't go on a run. And at the same time, Alanavi's never finished at this high of a seed in recent times. So this is kind of a resurgence. So it means a lot to them individually, a lot for their clubs. The Texas element that you've added into this equation, little Texas Derby matchup, it's huge. And we're going to look at their starting squads. As I've said previously, a lot of the teams, they have small variations between personal preference. But the big takeaways, you've got 1 icon, you have 5 MLS players, and then you're going to have a bunch of FIFA beasts, or players that are known to definitely have that type of status. Fofana in the midfield has become an absolute just giant, a man amongst children, or whatever it might be. We can use lots of different gladiator type of terms for what he does in the midfield. It's unstoppable. And then Vinicius, Ginola always seem to be definites coming off the bench. We haven't seen Gustavo Bo as much, and we saw him quite frequently in League Series 1, so I'd like to see him, of course, used as maybe a super sub, but that's one of those shifts where we no longer really see Dempsey being used by these competitors. But I guess the point I'm making is I don't think there's really a big deal with seeding at all, because all these games are so close. The differences between seeds is a draw or your last game or some goal difference. But for both these guys as individuals, it's huge for their career and their trajectory this year in particular.
Well, we got a new Alexander Pato item. That's probably why you don't see some of those other guys featured anymore. We got a pretty good one out of the MLS that was added to the game just about a month ago. Hey, a reminder for everybody, we got a contest for all of you watching, of course, on Twitch. You can win a custom MLS jersey, MLS Store gift cards, and there are 120,000 FIFA points, the equivalent of $1,000 US, up for grabs. To win, you can participate in questions from the Sport Buff extension to earn points. At the end of the show, the top 10 on the leaderboard will receive a whisper on Twitch to claim their prize. Restrictions do apply. You can see the panel below for contest rules. Okay. Pre-match predictions. Mike, you got one right this time around.
Hey, let's go. Let's go.
This was obvious. You had no choice but to go for this one here. So let's see. Can you make it 2 in a row? Who you got? Who you got?
Start out with me. I'm ready to go.
Go.
I'll happily send out an apology if I'm wrong, but I don't think X Verde's ready to take on the upper echelon of eMLS this year. He's played against the top 8 and didn't beat any of them. If we're looking at results that have happened throughout the regular season or the qualifier matches, I think Alanavi is going to carry some momentum. He deserved the first place, and that he's going to build on that.
Remember, you can vote using the Sport Buff extension in Twitch right now as well. Suzanne, a little disappointing last time. You were close, but not right there. What you got?
I know. We did say it was going to be a close one.
Yeah, we did.
Alas, I am below 500, so I need to redeem myself. No, I'm going to go with the hot hand. I'm going to go with Alanavi in this one. I think this is a guy that is going to love the fact that he's the top seed heading into this one, and I capitalize. So Let's go. Let's go Dallas, baby.
Dan?
I think that we might have another one of those 100% all four of us voting for the same player here. And I'm gonna agree with both Susanna and Mike. I think FC Dallas, Alan Avi, as I said, he was my co-commentator for a while. If Mike LaBelle was playing in a competition, I would definitely vote for him as well. That's just how it works. You know, you've got your bros. Even though Mike, you know, he might lose, it doesn't matter. I go down with him. You go down with the ship. And that's what you got to do when you commentate.
Loyalty. That's beautiful. That's really beautiful, Dan.
That was a speech and a half. I like that.
I'm a math guy. 76% of the chat went with Alan Avi. And for us to hit the same ratio, I got to pick X Verde. 75% to 25% in there. So I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. Listen, this is a guy that was pretty hot coming into last year's tournament as well. The pressures of the broadcast maybe got to him a little bit, didn't make it as far as he wanted, but maybe having to squeak through this one, having to grind a little bit harder will give him what he needed to push through. So I'm going to go with X Verde. Makes it a little interesting for us as well. You guys are so far behind that I need you guys to get a little bit closer in the prediction section as well. Listen, we appreciate all of you guys voting in the chat. Who's booing me in the chat? Come on, man. We're just trying to have some fun here.
Let's go.
We're just trying to have some fun. We're trying to have some fun. Listen, send your best comments in the chat as well. We'll feature as many of them as we can during the match. It's our third quarterfinal. One more to go after this one. Let's get to it. Let's go, Dan and Mike.
Let's jump into it when these players are ready, and it's going to be another quarterfinal that I'm sure is going to be full of everything, whether it be goals, whether it be mistakes, whether it be drama, whether it be juicy goals that we have seen. I know for well this is going to have that little extra kick to it, because Alan Avi, I think you hit the nail on the head, Mike. He's got a big opportunity here to show us what he's made of, and if he were to fall on the potential banana skin that is X Verde here, that would not bode well for him and his upward trajectory right now. He really needs to capitalize on this situation and get himself into a semi-final. But the same can be said for X Verde, an amazing opportunity into the broadcast, despite the fact he was unable to beat anyone else who is on the broadcast today in the quarterfinals. But he did manage to get a draw against Alan Avi 2-2 when they played against each other, so maybe he could do something. But Alan Avi right out of the blocks will fire one home for FC Dallas, and the Texas Derby starts with Dallas taking the lead.
And I was going to say, let me set the stage a little bit. X Verde, from an ability standpoint, has always had it. But I do think there's a little bit of a mental blockade once we've got to these key matchups. And even what you just said, when you have this ability in the game and the margins are so close and you don't have any wins over the remaining competitors that are on the broadcast, that typically says that there's some sort of mental barrier in those matchups, because you played great versus everybody else, because you had to have. You got all those results. It's the only way that you would be here. But then when it came down to playing guys that maybe had a bigger name or big expectation, you struggled in some of those matches. And the reason it's so important for him to be able to battle back in this game and to really kind of break that stereotype, because that's what's forming at the moment, is that we're saying he's maybe not as good on a broadcast matchup.
Well, R9 dinks it over, and he manages to get the equalizer. And just as we're saying, on cue, commentator's curse. Alan Avi cannot stop R9 being able to burst through, and it is a very impressive finish indeed.
And a big mistake from Alan. Takes the space, back-to-back games now, and that really settles your nerves, especially when you green time it, back corner. I love the chip animation in particular this year. I just think it drops in just so nicely. It almost nestles into the corner.
Remember, if you're watching in Twitch chat, you can use Sport Buff to vote in all of the various questions and polls that are coming up. It was who will score first in that one. And I don't even think there was enough time for some people to vote before Alan got the first goal. But 96% of you who did vote got it correct. So well done to you. And keep an eye on it, of course. Keep involved. It's always good to see those numbers. But at the moment, Mbappe chips one through. And just to get hold of the ball again, Alan Avi just a little bit nervy in defence at the moment. Has to be careful.
And something that I'm itching for, and I'm sure Alan would co-sign this, I'm sure you're on board with this as well, is not only just LAN events, but some of these players that we have that have been competing online now for a couple years, they just strive. And Alan's one of those guys where you just see the energy, the emotion, when you get live fans there and you've got people cheering and everybody's yelling and moving, and you can just feel the ambiance in the room. He's one of those guys that really rises to the occasion. We've been a part of when he did eChampions League as well, and it was very similar. He had a lot of success at that event, and it's because he can kind of build off the momentum of the people and just build off that energy. And everybody has their own way of playing at LAN, but I just think everyone's itching to kind of feel it out. And we have new players that have never even played LAN because they came into the pro scene recently.
a chance here from the right-hand side, maybe. Too cute an angle to actually go for a shot, so instead we'll play it back, but how about that for an angle? Thank you very much, Ex-Verde. One of the best goals you'll see today. Neymar from distance, timed green, bish, bash, bosh.
Oh, top corner, no chance for any goalkeeper in that circumstance. Hits the back of the net, it's moving, it's swaying. It's got a lot of trajectory, a lot of that curvature. You gotta love it, and we haven't seen, I think that might be the first goal outside of the box. I don't think we've seen any long shots go in, and that's the first finesse shot that we've seen converted, and now within 3 matchups.
And that's the difference, you know, between Neymar and I think it was Pazuela, who actually had an attempt at doing something similar in a previous game. As I talk, though, R9 will convert that one inside the box. Al-Anavi responding instantly, and pure focus on the eyes of the man from FC Dallas, and you need to respond well, especially when it's a wonder goal like that goes against you.
No defense is being played, and I'm here for it. I mean, if you're in the chat right now and you've got a moment, maybe at halftime, if you're quick fire with it, go get a little bit of popcorn, get you a couple snacks, maybe some Cheez-Its, something to nibble on, because I don't know where this is heading. We're 25 minutes in. We've already seen 4 goals, Dan.
This certainly could be one of those games that is just goal after goal after goal. But at the same time, if one of these players decides they want to slow things down, then it could get, you know, an entirely different pace about it, as that one's head back to the keeper.
Well, Allen averages 3.5 goals per, so he's not going to slow it down. And what we're seeing right now from Ex-Verde is that he's playing a high press or a high counter press. And by doing that, of course, you take the risk of maybe getting some good giveaways, easy attacks. But of course, there's space in behind all day for Allen.
There's space for Mbappe. He plays one more as well. And Ex-Verde, he's looking very clinical in front of goal.
Oh, man, what an extra pass to make there. I would have been shooting. There's no doubt about it. Through ball to R9. I'm taking that opportunity. We keep talking about this, or sorry, through ball to Mbappe. I'm definitely trying to ball roll the keeper and take him on, or maybe another chip. You've already seen that work for him. And again, 30 minutes, 5 goals. At this pace, we're going to have a 7-7.
Well, it could be more. Just right now, R9 gets the ball. Al-Anavi gives it away once again, and he'll shift it onto the right foot. Defensively, the players get in the way. Still possession for Ex-Verde. But Al-Anavi survives the bombardment of attack. And again, it was from one mistake, and Alan just a shake of the head, maybe just needs to calm the nerves a little bit here.
And what we've seen that's different is that Ex-Verde has came out and he's setting the tempo. He's being very aggressive defensively. And often, even more so when you're on broadcast, you need to be a little more cagey. You're trying to work your game plan into everything. And he's came out and really disrupted all of that. And he's reaped the benefits of being so aggressive. And I don't feel as if Allen's been able to adjust to that rhythm of the game, that direct play.
Nathan hooks that one away. Stops any trouble that Mbappe might have been able to cause. Both players averaging around 8 shots per game throughout qualifiers, so that would suggest why, you know, we're seeing such a big influx of goals right now. Both of them more than happy to pull that trigger rather than always looking for the extra pass. I know that we did just see Ex-Verde, of course, make that extra pass, but I mean, the Neymar goal from outside the box said it all, really. It's not necessarily a shot that other competitors would have taken today, but it's just trusting your players sometimes. And Neymar, he definitely has that ability. Oh, dear.
It's almost as if, Dan, they are who we thought they were. Both these guys are matching up to the stats. Sometimes it doesn't happen. We've seen it time and time again. We read off stats, but then when it comes into getting into the final games, it shifts dramatically, or players have styles that contradict, and it ends up being a very defensive game or versus being a very fast-paced game. Therefore, of course, making it much more low scoring, or there's a lot more possession. It just becomes more precise.
45th minute, last chance in this half for Al-Anavi. It's denied almost instantly. And I don't think there's going to be enough time unless the referee's feeling generous, which he might be. And I tell you what, I shouldn't have spoke so soon. R9 has assistance to his right. Plays
he got it. He got it.
I think I cursed it. What a goal, what a pass. 4-2 to Austin FC.
Oh, you see a little grin there, light smirk. I'm going to have to issue an apology after this game. Faisal is going to have another win, and he's going to brag about it, and he's going to tell us and remind us. We have 6 goals in 45 minutes, Dan.
I mean, we've seen games like this before in eMLS, but I think the last time we saw it was when we saw Paulo Neto giving an absolute thumping to King CJ, and it ended up like 11-0. This time, however, It's a very much closer affair. 4-2 though. So a gap starting to be created now by Xverde. Coming into this 8th seed. And only, may I add, Mike, getting through to broadcast on goal difference.
It was not a definite way of getting to the broadcast at all. He was actually waiting it out. His game's finished a little bit early, so he had to watch that last round. And I'm not a mathematician. I've never been gifted and talented in that department. But we're on pace for 24 goals between these two competitors.
Yeah, the math checks out, everyone. I did it in my head. Mike probably did it on a calculator, but we got there in the end. And now Alan Harvey trying to get a goal back on the board. But Xverde, it has to be said, Mike, defensively has actually stepped up. After those initial goals went in favor of Alan Harvey, he's been able to cut out a lot of these balls, but looks so threatening when he's going forward. Here's Ronaldo. Shifts it onto his left, still has possession. Fakes away from one, gets the strike, and actually it was a pass that looked a little bit off in the end.
And Xverde is offering a different style, again, to playing FIFA. We haven't really seen any competitors, at least not today, where they've ran this high press, and then you're seeing a lot of these over-the-top through balls, very direct play, quick counters, but it all deals with you being aggressive on the defensive end first, and most players have sat a little bit deeper.
So Alan trying to build from the back. And again, just falling in that final third, not able to get the ball through. The over-the-top through ball is what we're seeing a lot of from Xverde. And he's managed to rescue that one, tries to fizz another one with Neymar, and this one's going to go out for a corner. Alan Harvey starting to get a little bit frustrated. You can see it visibly in his camera, asking questions to himself, to the game, to his coach. It doesn't matter, he's still not enjoying what he's seeing. Mbappe, though. Ball gets taken away. Alan gives it once more to Xverde. There's been a lot of mistakes coming in from Alan. Just needs to cut those out and maybe manage to get onto this one. Can he wrestle off the defender? No, he can't.
And Alan just hasn't had any cadence. There's been no flow. His movement, his patterns, the tempo, it's not in his favor. And it just feels like he's always rushing. Can't keep up.
Every time we see Xverde going through, there's always a chance. And oh my goodness gracious. Alan Harvey cannot catch a break. Not only did the deflection go his way and he got a rebound, but then the keeper lets it go underneath him. Gobsmacked.
Do you have a thesaurus next to you? I don't even know what you would put in the thesaurus to get what is it, gobsmacked?
Gobsmacked. My gob hath been smacked by that goal because that is not something you would typically see. A, the mistake, and secondly, the rebound, the third opportunity, and then the keeper. It's just a series of unfortunate events. You may as well write a book, make a movie about it about this point. Alan Harvey, he's crumbling, and he just needs to refocus, regain a little bit of control here.
He's never looked comfortable, Dan. And if you were wondering, gobsmacked, utterly astonished, astounded. Dan, you nailed that definition. See, you get a little bit of everything here. You get dictionary.com. You get goals being scored everywhere. You get a lot of risk. I wouldn't be surprised if we're not going to see Alan maybe switch formations. He just hasn't had any flow or control in this game. It's felt very much so almost organized havoc, but it feels like that's favoring Xverde every day of the week.
Frustration starting to sit in, if it hasn't already, for Alan Harvey. The blood rushing to his head a little bit, I feel. It's definitely some anger, and understandably. But I'm sure that looking back at it, even though there's been, you know, some fortunate things they've gone in favor of Xverde, there's been mistakes from Alan. As Mike's just been saying, he's not really found his way into this game, which is a surprise after the early goal as well. It was so quick from Alan. I was thinking, you know, he's going to be bouncing off that first seed and the amazing efforts he found himself in the qualifiers. It just hasn't worked out in this first leg so far.
Well, and that's part of it being a reset. We play games, you see on a Tuesday, you see games played on a Wednesday. If you qualify for the top 8, here you are for the weekend. You're going to play Saturday, and potentially, if you're doing what you need to do, you're going to play on Sunday. So it is a matter of consistency, continuity, being able to adjust to different opponents, even connectivity to a certain degree, depending who you're playing and where they're from. That can also play a factor. I think we've got to give a lot of credit to Xverde here because it's just completely different than how I expected this game to go. Just the pace of the game, the sheer pace has been the fastest moving game we've seen up to this point.
No, please no,
oh,
please.
No.
Alan Harvey And you can see in the camera, he's just saying, nah, I'm out, I'm done.
Like,
disbelief. Get in the dictionary, find another word, because we're going to need to find a few more at this rate. 6-2. And I saw the sport buff question was... Discombobulated is a great word for it.
I'm coming in, boys. We're joining, learning new words.
Mike, the question in Twitch chat on Sport Buff was, can Alan Harvey adapt to Xverde's style?
He hasn't been able to at all. Dan. You can say anything about some of these lucky bounces. Yeah, they exist. But there's been no control from Alan Harvey offensively in the midfield. He looks rushed at all times.
Alan Harvey letting us know that this game is over, but there is a second leg, of course, after this. So he shouldn't let this get to his head too much. Mike projected 24 goals, may I add, over 2 legs, and I say what, we might still get there. 8 already in leg number 1. 10 minutes still to play. Can Alan Harvey get something just to give him that belief back? Because I tell you what, it's been probably one of his least favourite games he's ever played in competitive FIFA. I can say that hand to heart. It has not been an enjoyable game for him. Is there anything to make him feel a little bit better? But just when you think it is going to get better for him, but just deflection after deflection, block after block. Alan Harvey can't get the job done.
And I was ready to compliment his composure there, especially after conceding so many goals. Looking for those extra passes is not easy. I'm sure he came with a smartly dressed game plan, but it's become more of a ragamuffin. Stop.
You've just Googled a random word there and then tried to throw it in, haven't you? I love it.
I'm sorry.
I love it, and I love that even more.
You start.
I thought I was going to love that even more, but Xverde finally misses the target. No player to deflect it in this time either. Just 2 minutes left. Can there be a 7th from the corner? No, it's denied, it's headed out, but still possession for Xverde at the moment. Austin FC have looked brilliant, unmatchable. And I know there's been question marks around some of the goals. Alan Harvey knows that he hasn't matched up to Xverde well in this game whatsoever. Maybe underestimated him a little bit, as we did as well on our predictions, but one person who didn't, it was Faisal, because he went with Xverde and maybe he knew something that we did not. Faisal, I know you're going to be smug right now, but there's still a second leg to play just yet.
He wasn't gobsmacked. You know, the rest of us, we've been gobsmacked in this one.
Well, I'm a humble guy, man.
You put on the smug voice. People that are humble don't have to tell you they're humble. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it, Faisal.
No, man. Oh, who would have... That first goal went in.
Put him on screen. Look at this guy. He's glowing right now. The guy's face is red.
This guy? No, listen, there's still another leg, guys. The game is not over. This is not done just yet. But my God, it might be. It might be Xverde in full control. Alan Harvey may have scored first, but man, it was Xverde that had the majority of the possession, majority of the better chances. And I know Alan Harvey was frustrated, and Mike, you alluded to this, but I don't think this is that unfair of a result, man. I don't think it's that much injustice despite the big deficit.
It feels like in line. There's no one here that would deny Xverde and say that he doesn't deserve to be ahead, and especially he deserves to be ahead by multiple goals. Yes, you can make an argument a couple of those bounces maybe didn't go for Allen, but at the end of the day, there was a lot of chances created. It wasn't 1, 2, 3, or 4. I mean, we lost count. And a lot of them were quality opportunities from the build-up, from the extra passes, the skill moves. We saw the outside of the box with the time finesse shot. We saw the chip. We're getting a little bit of everything. Huge mistake there from Allen. This is that early equalizer, 8th minute, and that's when I knew the game was on, and it was going to be wild. It was going to be back and forth. And Xverde's style of play is just very different.
Yeah. I was going to say, it was the next goal, Mike, that I really enjoyed. The finesse shot that we didn't get to see there. But Allen actually made it 2-2, and then it was Xverde an exponential amount of times. Look at this build up here, man. And the extra touch to Alejandro Pozuelo, TFC's own, to score that one. Pozuelo would score another one for him. And in one of these instances, all I wrote was wow. And I don't know if it was this one or the one right after that, but that
I love that
right
goal.
at the stroke of halftime, right?
Yeah, the clock management, the game management to go forward. Allen knows he has to go forward, still couldn't stop him.
Lamps in the chat saying, I mean, dude scored 6 goals. Of course he's playing well. Yeah, but sometimes the goals don't tell the whole story, my guy. As you know, this was a bit, again, unlucky, right? But that's the way
he's
the
in a
cookie
dangerous
crumbles.
position, though.
Yes, exactly.
Still there, though.
Exactly.
Like, you create your own luck to a certain degree. There's those moments that everybody puts their hands up and says, that's a terrible situation. That's
this was where I wrote wow.
But,
this was where I wrote wow.
Yeah, you just don't see that goal. You can see how it affected Allen. But again, I don't think anyone would argue that Ex Verde doesn't deserve to be up by at least 2 or 3 goals.
Yeah, and that's the case right now.
I don't care how biased, how unbiased you are. That's an inevitable. You look at the quality of chances and the conversions.
Yeah, Alan Avi wishes it was just 2 or 3. Unfortunately, it's 4 right now. Let's check in with Susanna Collins.
Yeah, Faisal, body language speaks volumes at this point. And Alan Avi right now has literally just been kind of looking at his screen, seemingly searching for answers. As soon as that match ended, he was just saying, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. So that is a testament to the level of frustration that he is currently facing right now. Ex Verde, on the other hand, he's laughing, smiling, a very lighthearted atmosphere in his camp, and it just is. It's a two very different pictures, as you can imagine right now. And I mean, I'm personally shocked. I'm shocked that this is going this way right now. I really. Especially after that quick goal from Alan Avi to start this one off, I really thought that he was going to grab control, and it just has been all Ex Verde. All Ex Verde. Huge credit to him.
Now, to be fair, though, Ex Verde, you know, eMLS 2021 came in as the favorite in some of those matches and didn't hold it down. And I don't know if 4 goals is enough. We'll see. We're going to get there in just a second. I just want to remind everybody, got a contest for everybody watching on Twitch where you can win a custom MLS jersey, MLS store gift cards, and 120,000 FIFA points that are up for grabs as well. Let me remind you how you can actually participate. To be eligible, make sure you're signed in. You got to link your account with the Sport Buff extension, okay? You have to link your account to qualify. To do that, click on the leaderboard. Then in settings, where you can link your Twitch account. You have to be able to do that to start accumulating points tied to your account so you can end up near the top of the leaderboard. At the end of the show, the top 10 on the leaderboard will receive a whisper on Twitch to claim their prize. Restrictions do apply. You can see the panel below for contest rules. Send us your comments in the chat. We'll feature them during the match. I didn't want to feature mine where I was calling out all the people that were booing me for my prediction, Dan and Mike. Let's see if it holds true at the end of this one. It's time for leg 2.
See, I don't like to be biased. I don't like preference of who's going to win, but, you know, I'd like to see a comeback just so Faisal can't get his prediction right at this point. He's built this one up so much that I know he's going to be so happy, but I tell you what, I take my hat off to him. He went against the grain, and he predicted the player who was 8th seed. The statistics were against Ex Verde. Everything was screaming out Alan Avi going to win this game, but he now finds himself 4 goals down going into our second leg. Remember, you can vote for who you think is going to win this one with the Sport Buff extension on Twitch. It's up right now. And of course, that's how you'll enter and have the chance to win some fantastic prizes as well. Mike, the Texan Derby, it's Austin that are very much ahead right now. Do you see any hope for Alan Avi?
So I'll play devil's advocate here. There is one question mark that I have, and it's maybe more so for Ex Verde. Does he have other ways of playing the game? Because that was a really fast-paced game with a lot of high risk, high reward. And in this case, in the first leg, he was rewarded. And I only question that because you're up 4 goals. You can kind of sit back now, have a little more possession play. If this is just about getting wins, can you make sure that you have that shift, or do you always have to play the high-pressure style?
So Ex Verde giving the ball away to Alan Avi. And even though Alan Avi does need 4 goals, there is still plenty of time. If Ex Verde can score 6, that means he could do exactly the same back at him. And maybe it could start right here, right now with R9. Ball finishes there. Alan Avi, he kicked off the scoring in leg 1. He's done the same in leg number 2. Now he just needs to build from this.
And a dream beginning. I mean, scoring 5th minute, 6th minute, it puts you in one of those positions where now you're coming back from 3. I know that seems really obvious, but because it happened so early, it's almost as if you started this game and you're only down 3, which is a much more reasonable And what we've seen in the competitive scene is the magic number is typically 3 goals. And I'm sure, Dan, you can co-sign that. We'll add some additional credibility into the statement. But it seems as if pro players really believe that 3 goals is something they can recover from. But 4 or 5, that's when it's a wrap.
Yep, would have to agree. We always talk about the cushion of 2, but it's still pretty scary at 2. So 3 is when you start to feel a little bit more comfortable, and then 4, you're probably wrapping it up, tucking them in for bed and saying good night. But with Alan Harvey getting that goal back, it gives him that belief that maybe this is still a comeback that is waiting to happen. Pozuelo coming back to do his defensive due diligence, and Exverde not allowing Alan Harvey to grab a second just yet, but already a lot more positive actions being taken by FC Dallas. You can see the aggression by Alan Harvey to try and win this ball back, trying to press, using the second man press as well to really cut off all of those passing lanes. But Exverde may be noticing that, slowing it down a little bit and playing it around his back 4.
You can already tell that Alan's doing a better job with his micromanaging of players. Might be why we're seeing a pause cued to adjust that. But if you're looking at some of the player switching, he definitely looks like he's more in tune with the pace of the game this time around versus what we saw in the first leg.
Here's Pozuelo. Mbappe's there for the pass, but being hassled by Fofana. Neymar could shoot if he wants to, but goes back to Mbappe. There's a second chance, and it's happened again. Another rebound, another block that's gone in favor of Exverde. And that is not good for the mentals of Alan Harvey, I'm telling you now. And you saw his reaction, hands on head. He's 7-3 down.
And I can't believe that Exverde actually timed that green on a deflection, open goal, because you take a chance of course, mistiming that, and it's not the most common situation that you would look to time a shot. Sure, when you're lining up a 1v1, you got your power shot, or you open up your body for a finesse shot. We've all practiced and started including time finishing or mastering time finishing in some of those scenarios, but it's not nearly as common on a loose ball situation like you're seeing here. Neymar back to Mbappe. Now look at this. He times that green with R9 with an open goal. That doesn't increase necessarily the percentage of that going in this circumstance. It's just a matter that he's built that into something he can do instinctively, regardless.
I mean, we had Dorster on earlier, and I know the luck of the Irish is a thing, but what about Exverde? What does he have that maybe we don't? Because even though he's played well, and I will not discredit anything, there has been so many bounces, blocks, rebounds that have gone to him right now. He must be loving it. Whereas Alan Harvey on the other side, he's going through absolute torture and finds himself 7-3 down. Can't get past Fofana.
And at some point, if you're Alan, you're saying, I don't have enough time. And that's why I said it was so important that he got that first goal, 5th, 6th minute, because it makes it feel as if it's, okay, this is attainable. But now with the 4-goal spread again, Exverde puts himself in a position where he knows he has a lot of leeway to work with.
Well, he was holding on to the ball there, and he's given possession away to Alan Harvey. He wants to try and get another goal back to at least give him a little bit of hope. But I know, and every FIFA player knows, when you're in this position, when these things have gone against you, you think the game is against you. And that gets in your head. You start to shake your head. Then every attack, you're overthinking things. And it takes the best FIFA players to get over those humps. But when you're 4 goals behind in leg number 2 already, you know, even the best of players, I don't think, would come back from that. So this is going to be very much an uphill task for Alan Harvey. Here's Exverde, though. Pozuelo into Neymar. This time, no rebound for him, and Alan Harvey will try and generate some sort of counter-attack. Mbappe making the run forward, gives so much space to R9. Turns, plays it, but Marquinhos is there.
And the big thing here for Alan is that he's got to think timeline-wise, too. As long as you get a goal before half, I still think you have an opportunity to potentially create a little bit of that havoc or that second guessing or those moments where you have your opponent hesitating if you're able to add to it and you start to work on this deficit, because that's a big key. Players fall apart all the time, even at the pro level, and that's not what Exverde's shown whatsoever right now. But if you can cast some doubt, it can help you greatly to finally forge a bit of a comeback, or at least start knocking at the door or ringing the doorbell or talking to the back door, doing something with doors, apparently.
I've got one of those ring doorbells, so if they ring the doorbell, they can also talk to me, even if I am it.
communicating with the door. Great.
Yeah, I mean, I've conquered it. But here's Alanavi, Neymar, into Mbappe. Doesn't get the rub of the green and will not be able to hold on to possession. And you've noticed, and I'm sure everyone watching has noticed as well, Ex-Verde, when he's getting possession now, he is biding his time a little bit more. He is stretching those legs with his defenders, running back towards goal at times, eating away at the clock as he wants to try and make this even more difficult for Alanavi to get back into. R9 fizzes one in, but it's denied by Marquinhos.
And again, to reiterate, FIFA's not a game that rewards you for rushing. Doesn't matter if it's defensively, it's in the midfield, the build-up, or the final third. You have to be patient. And Alan's getting to that point where he probably feels that he needs to rush. He has to go forward. He has to be very direct. And it makes you more predictable on the offensive end. You're seeing some of these steps with Ex-Verde. And as that clock ticks down, it starts to become his best friend. And they always talked about, what was the movie, Golden Bud? No, that wasn't quite there. You know the movie with the dog? Come on. Airbud. Golden Bud. Yeah, I made him golden for some reason.
Was he a golden retriever? That might be it.
He was a golden retriever, yes. Golden retriever. And his name was, Airbud. We're good. It came together now. We've made that. We partnered up. We able to backdoor there. The comments or the chat's going to maybe enjoy that or be like,
yeah, that's another Labellism. We add that to the tally through the entire season. 7 goals then to Ex-Verde. And Alanavi, even though he had such a wonderful start, again here in leg number 2, Mike, unfortunately it wasn't enough to get him back in the game because Ex-Verde was able to get that equaliser in this leg and find himself once more up by 4. And it would be historical if we see Alanavi get back into this game, but you know what? I'm starting to doubt whether it can happen.
Yeah, I'm with you. Like, even as good as he's been offensively, you just don't see 4 goals and a half. You would need to have a complete fall apart, and that's not the energy that Ex-Verde has been giving us. He looks confident with the tackles. He's also starting to slow up the game, as you were saying. He's not attacking as direct or as quickly unless it's going to be a deep ball, but the reason deep balls are relevant here is because it means that Allen has to build up from the back, which takes time.
Pozuelo on the edge, times it green, but Petr Cech proving his weight in gold this time. He's had a difficult day in between the sticks. Quite often, he's already made a dive, and then the ball comes right back at him. Fofana into Mbappe. R9 making the run. Is he onside? If he is onside, this could be a finish, but Duncan defending and Alanavi defending for his tournament life right now. Here in the quarterfinals, remember, a place in the semi-finals on the horizon. And that moment is very much pointing towards Ex-Verde.
And the minutes just keep trickling down. I'll stop talking about air retrievers and green X's, and we'll move forward in this game where you have that 4-goal separation. And again, you almost clear the ball forward with the way that Ex-Verde has been able to defend and just change the speed of the games really well, where you have to give him so much credit. I don't necessarily use a bunch of the deep ball tactic myself, but it works out so well for him, and he's been getting his bounce backs, as you see again.
It's another goal for Ex-Verde, and I'm sure if it wasn't already, that's most likely Alanavi's fate sealed, signed, and delivered. It's another shot that's deflected off a defender. Sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles. I can't paint it in any better picture.
It is a stylistic approach. Well, what you're seeing is the offensive players are definitely getting into the box, which is a command that you can have in those instructions. And then you've seen these long balls, these deep outlets from Ex-Verde. So it is an approach play, but it's just gone heavily against Alanavi in some of these bounces. But the reason I'm bringing it up is Ex-Verde is always going to have players surrounding R9 or Mbappe when you're looking at these, for lack of a better descriptive word, the YOLO-esque through ball or the big lob down the pitch and the knockdown. He's going to have players that are challenging for those knockdowns. He's just won a lot of the 50-50s, or as you were saying, the cookie's been crumbling and he's ready to pick it up and add a little milk, dunk it, whatever needs to be done. He's been able to convert when that's happened.
Well, this game is almost done and dusted, if not already, but remember, we have Lamps and Goal Machine watching on, waiting to be competing against one another in our last quarterfinal of the day, and I cannot wait for that matchup. Goal Machine, of course, who won eMLS Series 1, and Lamps, who has just gone from strength to strength every single FIFA we see him compete in. But for now, it's going to be Ex-Verde who's going to be in the semi-final. Not on their side of the bracket, though. Here's Alan Harvey. Can't get past Marquinhos and won't be able to generate attack, and that will just allow Ex-Verde once more to waste a little bit of time here. And why wouldn't you? You're 8-3 up, 5 goals ahead. I mean, 3-4, maybe even 5 of them were rebounds, but I'm still not going to take it away from him. I do feel sorry for Alan. I'm not going to beat around the bush. Like, these things do happen sometimes. Here's Mbappe. Nathan denies it. And Llorente will then nod it on to his teammate here. I mean, you know, I've seen crazier things happen, Mike. I have seen comebacks like this, but now with the way Ex-Verde's playing, I don't think it's possible.
I don't think it's possible with the way that he shifted. And that's what I was talking about when the game got underway. We hadn't seen Ex-Verde play with a lot of a defensive approach, a really aggressive defensive approach. Therefore, there was going to be space for Allen, but as he's adjusted, and as he should, and he's playing more of the deep ball, he's holding a little more possession. It's just a reminder that the clock is going to be your biggest enemy, and he's working it properly. He's got a big goal spread here with 5 at the back, or 5 ahead, and then these deep balls are so accurate with the way that he's playing. It's a different style than we've seen from any of the other competitors this far on broadcast in regards to eMLS, and you got to give a lot of credit to Ex-Verde. He's brought this tactic, and it's worked.
17 minutes left for Alan Harvey to just try to save face a little bit here in terms of scoreline. As for Ex-Verde, he can start to think about the semi-final.
If you're Allen, though, as well, you still, and he might not feel this way at the moment, but he should still be very proud. He finished first in the overall leaderboard, and maybe even more importantly to Allen, he solidified a position for himself, eMLS Cup. I don't have it pulled up in front of me, but I believe he's going in as, I think, the 10th seed, so he guarantees himself a slot at eMLS Cup, which is, at the end of the day, what all these competitors are after. When they get started on the campaign, sure, you want to win every single event. Who wouldn't? But the main goal is I need to be there at the finals. It's the first land that we're going to have returning. It's in Austin, Texas, South by Southwest. I need to be present. And it's where the big money's at.
It's in Texas, and both of these players playing for Texas clubs. But it's Austin, Texas, where we'll be. The team that's coming out on top right now. And it's an inevitable 10 minutes where Alan Harvey just has to sit, play through it, and think about all those goals that didn't really go his way. As for Ex-Verde, he can start to think about his matchup against Dulster tomorrow. Of course, we already saw Dulster take down Kid Mamito in the quarterfinals in what was a really closely contested matchup, and Dulster was delighted to be able to manage to get through that one. And on the other side of the bracket, we saw Paolo Neto win earlier. He'll play the winner of Goal Machine and Lamps in what will be, I'm sure, a mouth-watering affair. As for Alan Harvey, I think you completely hit the nail on the head, Mike LaBelle. He should be very proud, especially considering that it could have gone one of 2 ways yesterday with how close the competition was with all of the competitors. I mean, the difference from Series 1 to Series 2 was crazy. We had such a big gap between 8th and 9th in Series 1 getting to the broadcast, whereas, of course, this weekend, we see 8th and 9th only separated by goal difference. King CJ just missing out to Ex-Verde, may I add, on goal difference, which is mad and really shows how good the competition is in this tournament.
And credit to Ex-Verde for taking advantage of that. I talked about Allen with eMLS Cup. I've now had a moment to do some research and the back-end production. 7th place for eMLS Cup. So he solidified his position there. He'll be ready, and as kind of stated when we were leading into this match, we were doing some of the predictions, Allen's one of those emotional players. He really strives from being in a LAN environment, but I've been super impressed with Ex-Verde. I feel like a lot of us wrote him off. We could talk to Faisal more about it, on why he made the selection, if he had a different, maybe behind-the-scenes energy or connection, or I don't know if there's something happening there. Faisal's been acting a little bit weird today, so we cannot confirm. Maybe he's got some insider trading. I don't know.
You want to know what my logic was, Mike LaBelle? There was 3 points separating 1st and 8th, man. Like, there is no separation between these guys, right? There's nothing to go between them and be like, this guy is definitively better than this person. And so, listen, I remember X from last year. He was one of the guys at the beginning that were up there after qualifying. And we're like, okay, maybe he's a little lucky in his rookie. No, like he deserves to be there. He belongs there. And like I said, when you don't make it, you're just pushing a little bit harder to prove your name a little bit more. And look at him. He's through to the semifinal where he'll face Dulster tomorrow. That means there's but a single semifinal left to be played. Goal Machine versus Lamps. Lamps super active in the chat through the course of that match. We know, though, he's giving his fingers a rest right now because they're going to be needed on the sticks. We're going to take a quick break. Up next, it's our final match. The final quarterfinal round for League Series 1. The champ Goal Machine taking on Lamp. It's eMLS League Series 2. It's presented by Coca-Cola.
I've been scheming up a plan, hey. I've been saving all again, hey.
Hey, 3 players are through to the semifinal Sunday. One more to go. Dulsta tweeting, get in there, through to the semifinal tomorrow after a very hard-fought 6-4 win versus Kid Mamito. Shout out to my coach, Phil B, for the wise words once again. And we all know Phil in these parts. This is your bracket. Paulo Neto is through alongside Dulsta and X Verde. They'll clash in a semifinal on Sunday. Paulo Neto will face either Goal Machine or Lamps. That match is coming out now. Of course, it's eMLS League Series 2 presented by Coca-Cola. I'm Faisal Kamisa, joined by Dan Gaskin and Mike LaBelle. Our final match of the day between League Series 1 champion Goal Machine from TFC taking on Lamps from Minnesota United. Dan, this is where you set us up.
Yeah, this, is the match that we've all been waiting for, and quite rightly should be the way we end this stream today and end the quarterfinals, because it is the game of all games. Goal Machine, who won eMLS Series 1 against Lamps, who is that upcoming star who just seems to get better and better every single time I watch him play FIFA. And not only that, but the winner sets himself up with a matchup against Paulo Neto. So we could get a rematch of the grand final from 2 weeks ago. Mike LaBelle, how do you see this one going?
Oh, it's flipping a coin. I know we're not quite there from predictions, but if we're looking at statistics, which I do like, I mean, I also like to go against them from time to time, but previous champions and what's been happening, if you won League Series 1, you take the second one as well, which would suggest, and I'm sure Faisal's very happy about this, that Goal Machine is going to come out the victor somehow, some way. Still hoping for penalty kicks. Still would build that. If that's possible, we'll take those.
Lamps is a worthy competitor. He's a great kid as well. His first season in eMLS at the young age of 18. Let's get to know him a little bit better.
I go by Lamps, and I play for Minnesota United FC. This is my first year representing Minnesota. My gamer tag is basically just a short version of my favorite player in real life, Frank Lampard. Being in MLS means everything to me. Very grateful to Minnesota for this opportunity. I would say that I'm a very methodical player. I can be creative in the final third. Defensively, I think I'm one of the strongest, if not the strongest in the league. My role model in gaming or soccer would have to be Reece James. First of all, he's of course an amazing player, but also the way he uses his platform to help out his community and give back to those around him is just inspirational. First FIFA I played would have to be FIFA 12 on the Wii. But if we're talking Xbox or PlayStation, that would have to be FIFA 16. My pre-game rituals consist of chugging an energy drink and playing around with hand warmers.
Yeah, those hand warmers coming extra clutch today. He was telling me yesterday it's going to be a little cold today where he's at a lot of snow in his part as well. So he's got to stay warm, but he's ready to bring the flames in this game. So I want to remind everybody, we have a contest for everybody watching on Twitch. You can win a custom MLS jersey, MLS store gift cards, 120,000 FIFA points up for grabs as well. To win, you can participate in questions from the Sport Buff extension to earn the points. You got to link your account to qualify. At the end of the show, which is coming up soon, the top 10 on the leaderboard will receive a whisper on Twitch to claim their prize. Restrictions do apply. You can see the panel below for contest rules. All right, now it is time for our internal contest, I guess I could say. The pre-match predictions. We all get a chance to pick our winner. You in the chat can do so as well by voting in the Sport Buff extension on screen. Let's start with Faisal, Goal Machine. All right, Susanna, you're up.
I've been abysmal today. I am not impressed with myself. And Faisal, apparently you know what you're talking about. So I'm gonna go with Goal Machine. Also, I mean, League Series 1 champ. The guy's really good.
Oh, no.
No disrespect to Lamps, but I'm going Goal Machine.
I don't like this, Dan.
Hard to go against League Series 1 champ and against history as well, because history would suggest League Series 1 goes on League Series 2. And I go with Goal Machine in Toronto FC.
Oh my gosh. Okay, Mike LaBelle.
I truly believe this could go either way. And I hope that I'm not giving you the curse, because you can see with my 2-8, I'm just waiting for these records to reset. Production, when do they reset? Just let me know.
Next year.
Get a reset for
next
eMLS
year.
Cup. We
should, no.
Yeah, well, we're in person, so these were online records, not in-person records. So we should have a reset. I agree with the history. I like a track record, and I think that Goal Machine has definitely earned this favoritism. So I've got Goal Machine as well. Sorry, Faisal.
Well, you don't have to say sorry to me. At the very least, none of you can come close to catching me here, because we'll still have the same margin despite what happens here. The chat very much in favor of Goal Machine, 75% to 25%. But I'm not sleeping on Lamps either. He deserves to be here. He belongs here. This is going to be a great matchup to wrap things up for day one at League Series 2. Send us your best comments in the chat. We'll try to feature as many as we can during the match. It is time for just that. The final one of the day, Dan and Mike, take it away.
Oh yeah, our last quarterfinal of the day, and I'm sure this is going to be quite the entertaining one. So don't turn off your streams, don't go anywhere. Make sure you're locked and loaded, because We know full well how Goal Machine plays. We saw it 2 weeks ago. It's attack, attack, attack. He's always looking to try and penetrate that defense, and sometimes he leaves himself vulnerable. So sometimes he concedes those goals. We had a lot of high-scoring affairs. He went into extra time several times in League Series 1 broadcast. So he's really going to have to be on his A game.
Every
But his
time.
competitor is going to be Lamps, isn't it?
Every time.
Lamps.
Yeah, and this is one of those guys that I feel can keep up with Goal Machine. So with Lamps, even offensively, he's someone that has a lot of the different elements and characteristics that are necessary if you really want to be truly creative and expressive in that offensive final third. And we are kind of learning as the competitors are learning as well. We just had a brand new update. The game shifted dramatically from that update. So this has been the first event since that update where we get to see pro versus pro and what really works, what have been the major shifts. And we've seen different game plan styles as well. We just talked about Ex Verde, where you're seeing these deep balls, this very direct approach and a high pressure. That was different from everybody previously. We gave Pab some different credits for what he was trying to utilize and manifest in his offensive production. And then we see some more of these classic build-up players where you had the likes of Duelsto, where you had a lot of the possession play, or Kibamito, a lot of the possession play, where they're looking for that final little bit of detail. And it was just a lot of back and forth between the two midfielders until you found a lane. And now, of course, we have Lamps and Goal Machine getting underway. Two of the favorites, I would say, in North America to win. And we've already seen it from Goal Machine, but just in general, to win eMLS.
Almost starting off with a bang, Goal Machine, but not quite able to get the shot away. Toronto versus Minnesota, and Toronto would love back-to-back victories, especially it's the first ever time they've been in the grand finals, and of course Goal Machine's first ever season in eMLS. The same for Lamps though, and we'll see who's able to take it here in this final quarter-final and set up a matchup with Paulo Neto in the semis. Here's Fofana, Pozuelo. Denied by Fofana, but given away, and Goal Machine will look to try and take advantage of this now. Every single time he's in possession, you know full well that there is danger looming. Fizzes one into Neymar, shifts it onto the left foot, and oh, it was almost there.
It's clever, a little shimmy, a little shake, opens up that lane for the pass across that we know oh so well. In this case, it didn't quite connect, but it's kind of the first warning sign between Lamps and Goal Machine.
Warning sign's always there, and you've got to learn very quickly about your competitor, about what they're going to try and do, how they're going to play. Ronaldo steals the ball away. Goal Machine did play against Lamps in the qualifiers and won 3-1 there, but remember, that's just one leg. Very different when it's a two-legged affair. Goal Machine winning possession back again, and Lamps, even though trying to break through that defense, he's just walking into a brick wall right now. Here's Pato. That's a fantastic ball to Mbappe, but he can't latch onto it.
And both of these competitors, even though they're well known in the FIFA scene, they are in their rookie season in eMLS campaigns. So we've already got a champion with Goal Machine, of course, winning League Series 1, and Lamps, who's a North American champion, similar to Goal Machine, who hasn't had his breakthrough yet, but he's now made a couple broadcasts.
Yeah, back-to-back top 8s, at least for Lamps, but I'm sure he would like to better that here in League Series 2. It's always difficult when you have to go up against the previous champion. Here's Mbappe. The ball roll just manages to allow him to keep the ball there. Lawrence now accelerating from his fullback position. Pozuelo and Fofana trying to hold on to each other in the middle, but Lamps able to steal it away, and what a ball that is. R9 should be able to bring it down. Can he find the finish? Oh, it's there, it's cute, it's delicate, it's 1-0.
Oh. Wow. Oh my goodness.
I know, it's really slow.
Talk about some composure. Takes it down. Like you said, maybe a little bit tender, soft. You said cute. We could say subtle. It was graceful. There's no doubt about it. To take that down off the chest, everybody at home, I'm thinking that you're thinking what I'm thinking. Maybe he's going to hit a volley. No, not this time. Look at the touch. And gorgeous. Exquisite.
All the words that you could possibly find. It doesn't matter which one you use. What matters is it's a goal lead for Lamps. And Goal Machine, our previous champion of League Series 1, finds himself behind already. That is such an important confidence booster for Lamps, who very easily, I'm sure, could have gone 1-0 down and then started to think, okay, well, maybe Goal Machine's just one step too far, but we know what Lamps is like. He doesn't believe anyone is one step too far. He's a very confident young man, and as he should be, so much skill he displays. Here's Kylian Mbappe, denied by Nathan. I know last week Tex was coaching Lamps. I haven't had confirmation whether that's the same this week, and I'm sure someone will confirm that for me shortly, but you know, he knows how to play this game to a point where he can frustrate his opponents when he's ahead, but also pick up the pace and get aggressive when he needs to. And I think you need that in a player, someone who really knows the game inside out.
And with Lamps in particular, we're coming into a new year. A lot of people have New Year's resolutions. They're going on diet plans. And one of his greatest gifts is he's hungry. He's trying to eat every meal and the extras. He wants snack time, all of the above. And that's another part of the separation when we're dealing with why are players winning events? Why are they always making the top 8? Why are they there constantly? A big part of that is that want, that will to win, that motivation to win. It's not all just ability-based or all just mental.
Well, that's possession unexpectedly given to Lamps. Neymar feeds it to Suelo, who rolls away from one, has to go back to Fofana, looking for the likes of R9 or Mbappe, finds Mbappe, and the strike is clean as you like. 2-0, Minnesota.
Another big mistake from Goal Machine. Still had to swing it around, still had to really loop it into the box in certain regards. Whips it in there, great first touch, quick half turn from Mbappe, slots it home across the body.
Are we starting to see already the fall of our champion? I know there's a lot of time left, but Lamps is demonstrating some fantastic abilities, and this performance is already shining through. Goal Machine needs to answer. R9 finds Fofana just behind. Offside trap initiated, so he has to be patient with this pass. Looking to see whether maybe Mbappe can receive it, which he will. Turns on to his right, then his left, and oh, what a save that is. Donnarumma earning his right to be between the sticks there. Neymar from the corner, and it goes out of play.
Still plenty of time, and 2 goals has always been a dangerous lead, especially between 2 competitors that can score goals. They're both offensively gifted. They look for opportunities. They have, again, that around the box, that ingenuity that's needed to really unlock space.
Timed it green, but the deflection just allows Donnarumma to pick it up comfortably. Goal Machine definitely would not want to have gone in 3 goals behind into the dressing room at half-time. And remember, it's 2 legs, of course, in the quarterfinals. So even though there's only 45 remaining in this game, still another 90 afterwards. There's an over-the-top through ball that R9 tries to latch onto, but it's Marquinhos who manages to head it away, and then it's hooked out of play by Lawrence. And after 45 in the first leg, Lamps finds himself 2 goals to the good. We've not seen the same Goal Machine we saw 2 weeks ago just yet.
You see Fofana again just whipping it in. Little ball roll, gives him that angle. Mbappe, half turn, cross the body. Still heavily prefer the first goal. It's been one of my favorite goals of the day, just because you have this moment where you hit the over-the-top through ball. You have this fantastic, very aggressive and forward-thinking first touch. And then to do the most with kind of setting up the fragile chip just out of nowhere. You're thinking with R9, anybody's going to batter that. Anybody's going to swing across the body. You're going to put some extra emphasis. And that's just the opposite of what went down.
It's one of those as well where you worry that the touch is going to be heavy and then the keeper's just going to collect it. So you have to trust your player. But who better to trust than R9 himself? Through ball's there for Neymar. We'll play it. Mbappe making the run through the middle. Also a player out far right. It's going to be Pato. Shifts onto the left. And oh, it's so close for Goal Machine. But it's another big save. Neymar down the byline. Can he get the pass across? Shifts past 1, past 2, and oh, well.
Oh, my goodness.
It's beautiful, but just still not quite finding that goal.
The stickiness of that footwork.
Fofana. Goal Machine starting to heat up a little bit. Keeping that ball close, left dribbling's looking good.
Yeah, I was going to say, what you're seeing is all left stick work, just at an elite level, with responsiveness and just being really sticky is the word that we like to kind of use to describe when you can move on a half turn between multiple directions. And of course you get benefits of using the likes of a Mbappe or a Neymar, an R9. They're better with some of the dribbling, but it's just not easy to do.
Mbappe's denied once more. And Goal Machine, he's getting into the dangerous areas, but just not able to get the ball in the back of the net just yet, thanks to goalkeeper and defenders really proving their worth. Lamps on the attack to try and make it 3. And Minnesota are looking dangerous, but we know full well that Goal Machine has it in him to suddenly just flick a switch, change that gear, and become a different player. Pato, the newest addition to these sides, thanks to that flashback item being put into the game. But it's a frustrating experience right now for Goal Machine, just not able to get that ball through. Here's Ronaldo. Can Lamps make it 3 here? Neymar's got so much space and he times it green and bangs it home. And Goal Machine just can't keep up, even though he's had the chances. Lamps looks so good in front of goal.
And what happens in that sequence as well, it looks so simple. Goal Machine's expecting Lamps to do something else. He's expecting him to give him a little more shimmy, a little more shake, to have something a little more fancy, a little more sauce in that attack. And at the end of the day, you don't have to have any of those elements. And Lamps just steps forward with Neymar, no skill move, and then time finish near post 3-0.
Neymar, can he do something for Goal Machine here? No, he can't even keep it on. It's going to go out for a goal kick, and a pause is cued as Goal Machine goes to the drawing board. Tries to find out what's been going wrong. Lamps 3-0 up, defying the odds, going against the predictions, against the statistics here. I mean, it's been an amazing first leg from him, hasn't it, Mike?
No denying his ability to finish, being clinical. Look at this again. Just takes the dribble forward, assesses the options, and it's one of those situations where Goal Machine is overthinking a little bit. He's expecting a skill. He's expecting another touch, maybe another pass, something to add a little more flair into that sequence, and it doesn't happen. Lamps just takes one simple dribble. He's already in the correct position. Just makes sure that he times it green, and Neymar buries it into the back of the net.
66 minutes gone in leg number 1. Minnesota 3, Toronto FC 0. And our previous champion already at this point on the brink of elimination. 3 goals down is not an easy deficit to come back from, but it is possible. It is doable. And if anyone could do it, it's Goal Machine. At the moment, it's Lamps in possession. Here's Pato. And he beat the initial fullback. If he can, he'll have a lot of space to work with, but Lawrence has done his job. It's always difficult for these fullbacks, of course, just silver items in FIFA, both of them. MLS players. Here's Vinicius, plays it in, and there's the finish as well.
Beautiful.
4 fantastic goals for Lamps, and he's feeling himself.
And that's what it is. They are fantastic goals, and something that he's done better than any competitor today. And we did give some credit for some of the organized havoc that we saw from Ex Verde and really eliminating an opponent. Just look at how Lamps is controlling the tempo. And he also is mixing and matching very simple pass, 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 or pass and move, tiki-taka, find a triangle, holding the ball a little bit, slowing it down, speeding up, but then also some very intricate skills that are not easy to do. Speaking of, you see it, he's disrupting everything that's happening, but we're seeing different cancellations. We just saw an elastic go. We've seen different maneuvers that just aren't easy to bring into your game, and not at the highest level versus the #1 seed. I know he didn't finish #1 overall in League Series 2, but he's your current champion with Goal Machine. You would have never guessed that watching this game.
Here's Mbappe, 2R9. Mbappe gets another chance at it, and it does find the back of the net. And at least history and statistics still stay. His Goal Machine, he was always finding at least 1 goal every single time. He never failed to score throughout qualifiers. And he makes sure he gets on the board here in this quarterfinal to give him that hope once more. Lamps might be a little bit annoyed he wasn't able to find that 5th a little bit earlier. The chance did present himself. He was laughing about it, but even though it would have been a bit of a fortunate goal, those are the ones that have to go in to try and kill games like this off. Here's R9. Goal Machine just shifting that tempo a little bit faster now. Pato has support from Pozuelo. Fofana there as Pato tries to make some room. He fizzes one into Vinicius. R9 doesn't find it though, and you play a risky ball, and unfortunately it just doesn't work out.
We do get a little bit of hope here from Goal Machine, and if somehow last 5-6 minutes he's able to get another goal, 4-2 will feel more like a win than a loss, considering where he was at.
Yeah, that's what I mean by that. when he had that opportunity for a fifth. You know, at 5-0, the game looks unreachable, but at 4-1, it's still doable. Can Lamps make it another 4-goal lead here? Sanchez has some support. Oh, fantastic footwork there, just to keep the ball away from Goal Machine, and Lamps has done just that all game. He's frustrated Goal Machine. He's kept the ball when he needed to, but then when he's been in front of goal, he's looked a different class today. And now he's just biding his time, waiting for that final attack before the final whistle goes. Vinicius just manages to retrieve the ball, holds on to it. David Ginola waiting in the middle, the super sub. The last to go to beat the first. Stops up, and the referee blows the whistle at a very interesting time, which Lamps can't really believe. But at least he'll still be happy that he has a 3-goal advantage going into leg number 2, Mike. But that was an interesting first leg.
And that's part of the gamble. When you wait to the last moment to go forward, you're hoping to create that last opportunity, that last attack. But of course, clock, referee makes a decision, whatever it might be. But I thought that he had progressed far enough forward. Ginola, top of the box. It's time for him to push a certain agenda, a certain narrative, make an appointment, RSVP. And I was so impressed with Lamps. I felt that he neutralized Goal Machine. We weren't talking about a lot of opportunities being created. And maybe the most impressive part of Lamps' game plan or his gameplay was offensively, how he was able to interject and combine the intricacies and the simplicities and the meta, what works and what doesn't work. As he sets up Ronaldo, we knew ahead of time on some of the moments where he creates these opportunities that he's going to convert. The footwork and the left stick dribbling, second to none. And Goal Machine's one of the best in the world at doing that as well.
We got to summon some good energy here for our predictions, guys. That's all I'm thinking of right now. Not like any league.
You thinking of predictions? Who'd have thought?
Yeah, I know. I
not like you've been focusing on it all day.
It's okay. How
many is
bring
that,
the vibes
3?
Back, you know.
It is cold outside.
For as many goals as needed to get back into this game for Goal Machine here. Guys, what a performance from Lamps. Like I said it before we got to you guys, like he is no slouch, right? Like he knows he belongs. We know how good he is. He is a champion in his own right. And man, what a first leg that was. Just emphatic, in control, perfect counterattacking, letting the game kind of come to him and need it. And Dan, I know you were stunned with some of those too, right? There were some nice goals there.
Just blown away. I'll use gobsmacked again just to make Mike Flavel giggle a little bit. I'll use any word I can find, because not only is Lamps playing this well, but he's playing this well against a former champion, right? Against Goal Machine, who 2 weeks ago toppled everyone, toppled the Giants. He beat Joxan, he beat Paulo Neto, and Lamps fell short 2 weeks ago. He knows that, but he's looking to make a statement here, and at the moment, it's hard to look past him. We need to see something different from Goal Machine going into leg number 2.
Well, the good thing is, guys, we've seen that from Goal Machine, even in League Series 1. He was down in every single game, and at times down late as well. So if he plays with that same mindset, look, it's going to get risky. You're probably prone to some counterattacks, but you absolutely need to find yourself back in this game in some capacity, right, Mike? And I imagine there isn't a better player than Goal Machine when down to understand what he has to do to find himself get back in the game. So let's see, though, what the coaches are saying. Let's go inside the headset, presented by J-Lab with Lamps' coach, pumping him up.
Bro, you're playing so good. Like, you're actually playing so good. Playing so good. Good stuff. Amazing. Amazing. You're not messing up anything. You started sloppy.
I know, yeah.
2 minutes, but... Almost.
Ref tried to give it to me.
Nice. Nice. Amazing half, honestly.
Yeah.
Hey, there's a lot to be said about positive reinforcement, and that's all Lamps needed to hear. You're playing so good, so well. You know, you started sloppy, but you wrote the ship really, really early there, and man, he's got to feel good about that performance. Yes, you give up one, but you're in full control of this match. All right, let's check in with the gauge of these players right now, and Susanna Collins, guys. Susanna.
Thanks, Faisal. Yeah, Goal Machine, as you can imagine, super frustrated with how that first leg went. But he was talking to his coach, and he said, look, trust me, if you score early in leg 2, then scoring 2 goals suddenly doesn't seem like that big of a mountain to climb. So he just said, get 1 goal quickly. So that's going to be the focus for Goal Machine heading into this one, because he has his back up against a wall. Not a position I think that he expected to find himself in, Faisal.
All right, thank you very much. A reminder, we have a contest for those watching on Twitch where you can win a custom MLS jersey, MLS Store gift cards, and there are 120,000 FIFA points up for grabs as well. To be eligible, make sure you are signed in. Make sure you link your account with the Sport Buff extension. You have to link your account to qualify. And to do just that, linking your account, click the leaderboard, then in settings, you can link your Twitch account. There you go. At the end of this match, the top 10 of the leaderboard, you're going to receive a whisper on Twitch to claim your prize. Restrictions to apply. You got to be 18 or older and be a resident of either the US or Canada, excluding Quebec. You can see the panel below for contest rules. Also, make sure you do not have block whispers from strangers turned on in your Twitch settings, or else eventually the prize will just end up going to me. All right, during the match.
That works? That's the
well, I mean, look, and I claimed it first, right? I shot it first. Hey, listen, Goal Machine just tweeted, by the way. Started off on the wrong foot, but first goal on the board. Time for more. Send us your comments in the chat. We'll try to feature them in the match. It is our last game of the day to wrap up our last quarterfinal. Dan and Mike, take it away. It's leg 2.
Thanks, Faisal. Yeah, we've had some one-sided games today. We've had some interesting goals as well, but I think we need to wrap up the day with a comeback. We've not seen a massive comeback yet in these quarterfinals, but if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be Goal Machine. Lamps, though, has looked pretty unstoppable going forward, and his defensive work has been near perfect, aside, of course, from that one goal from Goal Machine. Mike, do you see a comeback on the horizon? How are you feeling? How's the general atmosphere in your room right now?
This is the situation, at least in my opinion. As Faisal would say, my humble opinion, because Faisal wants you to know that he's humble, of course. I don't think anyone's beating that version of Lamps from the last game. That was champion status. But we know between games, things shift dramatically. But if I'm just analyzing what Lamps was just able to achieve defensively, so solid, possession was there, decision-making was there, the skills, the intricacies, the finishing, the clinical side, everything was right. That's why you heard his coach. Pretty easy coaching job. He said, you're playing amazing. And then he said, you're playing amazing again. And then he said, you're playing amazing a third time. And that's the reality. It's the highest quality of FIFA that we've seen on display today, at least throughout a leg, in my opinion, again. Just so many different combinations of the right concoction for FIFA's success.
What worries me, if he starts playing badly, what does the coaching become then? You're playing bad, you're playing bad, you're playing bad. I'd hope there's some different words of wisdom, but maybe he won't even need to go there because Lamps still 3 goals ahead going into leg number 2 here.
And that's the big what if, Dan, is that people change between legs. People change when they concede goals. People change when they're not able to get enough flow or they're just not seeing the game the same way. But if I was just judging, and that's all I have to go off of his previous game, I was so impressed across the board from how he used the pitch, the width, the narrow side, the resurfacing, the recycling, the method in which he operated. It was very impressive.
Mbappe times it green, but it doesn't go any further than Pozuelo, who was doing his defensive work. A lot of space on this right-hand side for Pato, if he can beat the fullback. Instead, plays it through to Mbappe. R9 making the run as well. Stops up. Manages to hold on to the ball. He's having to wrestle away a few players. Pato, it's taken down, but referee says the ball was won, and I think he's correct, as that's a audacious ball over the top, and it isn't going to work. Oh, won it back though, Pato. R9 is in the middle, acres of space. If he finds him, surely a goal, and he times it correctly. He's patient, he watches the goalkeeper, and he fires it into the corner.
And it's the first big-time, major, massive mistake from Lamps. This is what I said. We have the tale of 2 legs quite frequently. I know they have the tale of the 2 halves, but it's really the tale of the 2 legs. It happens all the time in the competitive scene. That was uncharacteristic. We hadn't seen that yet. And of course, Goal Machine capitalizes. Had so much time, he almost walked it into the goal. And now it's game on. 2 goals, a dangerous lead. Maybe the most dangerous lead.
Certainly is always going to plant that seed of doubt into Lamps' brain of, well, comeback is here now if I allow it. If I make more mistakes like this, then we know Goal Machine is going to capitalize. Offside for Mbappe, so Goal Machine regains possession. And at 4-2, do not dare turn off this stream, because I know full well that Goal Machine is going to start to come flooding forward, searching for that 3rd goal sooner or later. What Lamps needs to do is try and kill Goal Machine off as soon as possible. Reinstate that 3-goal lead. Don't allow Goal Machine to just easily walk his way back into this game. Here's Fofana. Lamps slowing things down by going back to his defenders once more. Into Neymar, could shoot, but goes to R9 instead, and the shot is blocked. Goal Machine can look to try and counter.
And what's so important here for Goal Machine is they got an early goal. It takes a lot of the pressure off. You're starting to close that gap, and it makes it where you don't have to rush. And I can't stress that enough, the importance of not rushing in FIFA. It's just so crucial for success rate, and even more so at the competitive level. The game just does not reward you for rushing defensively, offensively, somewhere in the midfield. Everything has to tell the story. It has to align. And that's why I always stress the importance of kind of having rhythm and tempo. And it allows Goal Machine to have all this possession, and he doesn't feel as if he's wasting time.
Minnesota in the chat saying, we're not worried. Let's go, Lamps. Whereas other people in the chat saying, uh-oh, comeback is on. And I feel like it really could go either way right now. I know that's a cliche thing to say, but Goal Machine looks scary. Lamps has made a couple of mistakes. He needs to silence any critics and any chance of a comeback. Here's Mbappe. Elasticos try and get away from the man. Denied by Pozuelo, and now Goal Machine launches into his counter-attack. Neymar has plenty of assistance with red shirts.
And again, not to sound cliche, but the next goal is going to mean so much in this match. 4-3, anyone's game. But if Lamps can create that 3-goal separation again, that might be done and dusted, because Goal Machine's going to have to change everything that he's doing.
Yeah, he's comfortable now as Goal Machine, being 2 goals down. He doesn't have to rush things and throw too many players forward and leave himself too vulnerable at the back. Of course, he will have to probably go for that a little bit later in the game. But at the moment, he can play somewhat patient. Here's Pato. Manages to beat one. Denied though by Nathan. Referee has a look at it, but my record still stands. No penalties whilst I've been commentating eMLS. Fofana retrieves the ball as Lamps looks to launch yet another attack here. Starting to knock on the door a little bit. Here's Mbappe. Into Pozuelo, strikes it, keeper. Ooh, I thought it was going to be another one of those. It just bobbles around, but Donnarumma holds on tight.
And I think the only concern for a Goal Machine here is the lack of time that he's having on the ball. And then when he does have, it's a lot of possession play, and he's now known to go forward and be very decisive.
That's it. There's a decision to be made here. Mbappe ball rolls, but Donnarumma with such an important save or tackle, whichever way you look at it. He came off his line, and he was able to stop anything that Lamps wanted to do with the ball roll. And now R9 steals one away, and Goal Machine could go straight up the other end and punish here. Neymar fizzles one in. Here's Ronaldo, but Nathan showing he is such an important factor to this back line. It's 4-2 at halftime of the second leg, and it's still anyone's game.
And the reason that I bring up having the ball and the possession play and the lack thereof for Goal Machine is, simply put, he's just getting less opportunities to create the offense. As you see, the big mistake, the turnover, the transition, well-weighted, little ball roll opens up. And unfortunately for Lamps, wasn't able to convert there. They've reduced the efficiency of the ball roll around the goalkeepers. I feel as if goalkeepers do a much better job getting a hand onto or a lot of those 1v1 scenarios or opportunities. But either way, again, to date back to Goal Machine, if he's not able to create a little more havoc, create some drama, create some tension, the game just felt too at one pace, and in this case the pace was pretty slow, and that favors Lamps, of course, because the clock again is working towards his advantage with a 2-goal spread.
And I do like that you brought up the title update again, because it does change the game. And you know, when Goal Machine won eMLS Series 1, it was on a different title update, it was on a different patch, and I'm not saying that that's gonna make huge changes to his gameplay, but these players do have to adjust, and sometimes we will see one title update favor a player more than others. A playstyle might be better suited because of certain changes. But Lamps has certainly adapted well right now and still finds himself 4-2 up in this quarter-final. Pato strides past a few. Nathan with an absolutely incredible sliding tackle.
We give a lot of superlatives to Nathan. He deserves them. He might be the surprise player again. Can he be that back-to-back weeks? He's just someone that statistically looks good, looks solid, but his overall rating's not as high, and he has to deal with the likes of R9 and Mbappe in every single match, but he matches up well.
He really has just been solid at the back alongside Marquinhos for the most part. A lot of last-ditch tackles coming in and important blocks as well. Lamps managing to hold on to possession. Mbappe now in the box, twisting, turning. Trying to get an Elastico on the go to generate something, but in the end just runs into trouble. Goal machine, you can already see more players starting to flood forward, and he's pressing a bit more as well in this second half. Really searching for that goal. Offside trap initiated, but goal machine avoiding it. Here's Pozuelo. Fofana, a little bit of flair added to that pass, just to look a little bit pretty, but in the end, Lamps retrieves it, and now this is where it's going to get scary. The counter-attack is always going to be on, but there's Nathan again. Lamps now. He knows every single time he gives this ball away, goal machine's going to be on the hunt for that third goal. It's goal machine by name, and he needs to be goal machine by nature. I feel like one more goal for Lamps should kill off this quarter-final, should set up a semi-final against Atlanta and Paulo Neto. But you know there's going to be a little bit of worry. But it's been such good defending. Every single time he's been able to answer these passes from goal machine. As the ball goes out, and we will have a pause.
And it's about time for some changes. Again, this has just looked too much like another day in the office. I don't want to say that it's been too simple, but you wouldn't guess that goal machine is down a couple goals. He just hasn't really been pressing the tempo. He hasn't made any dramatic shifts, and that's what's happening right now, what's going to happen at least. And I think you got to give a lot of credit to Lamps again, especially after making a mistake early on in the second leg. He recovered really well. We saw offensive opportunities, we still saw heavy amounts of possession play, and we haven't seen defensive error.
He has not let it phase him, that's for sure. And for a player who's still so young, and in his rookie season of the eMLS, although you can say the same about goal machine, he's demonstrating a lot of traits that would suggest he is good enough and capable enough to go on and win a championship. But goal machine will look to try and kill those hopes and eliminate him here and now. There's a little bit of pressure starting to kick in, as you say. Ball's being given away. Goal machine now is going to make this very difficult for Lamps. Here's Pozuelo. R9's there in the middle. Does find him, and oh, what a strike it is as well.
Oh,
game on.
Pick out. What a pick out. Did not see that coming. The stop, the pop, Pozuelo eyes it up, looks right, goes left. Scooting and booting. Just gives it a little bit of that extra, so you can hit it up for the volley again with the double tap. Goes over a defender's leg. First time, back corner. You count those. Game on. I love this play. Look at Kyle Duncan working. Fofana, driven pass right here. Pozuelo, stop, go. Where are you going? Nowhere. 5-star weak foot R9. Off the volley. Goalkeeper can't do anything. Doesn't give the goalkeeper enough time to move, especially if a player is moving a goalkeeper manually. There's nothing you can do against a volley in that circumstance. The ball gets to his foot. It's almost as if it's sticking to that foot, the way that it all happened in one motion.
And this is where we will learn a lot about both of these players now, as pressure is going to kick in with the final 20 minutes or so in this second leg. Lamps, who was up by 4, now finds himself only up by 1. Goal machine on the comeback. Like an absolute steam train rolling through right now. And Lamps needs to shut it down immediately. And a goal would do that. It's all well and good saying the goal would do it, because we know that goal machine's going to be pressing. Tactics will be changed even more so. There'll be belief now for the Toronto FC camp that this comeback is possible. Let's see what happens in the last 20. Let us know in the Twitch chat as well. Who you think is going to take this one? Are we going to see the comeback from goal machine, or is Lamps going to hold on and maybe find a goal as a killer blow? You can use the sport buff, of course, the Twitch extension, to let us know. Here's Lamps, R9, David Ginola, fresh on the pitch. Can he make the difference? Pozuelo makes the challenge though, and every single time now goal machine wins this ball back, Lamps is going to worry.
And you're right, we haven't really seen Lamps challenge. It was very easygoing, it was very poised before. Now the game has shifted, a lot more pressure. You don't want to be the guy that blew the lead.
Oh, Vinicius almost gets that ball into Mbappe, but it's gone out for a goal kick. And I think Goal Machine's even a bit confused with that one. He was sure it was going to be at least a corner.
I'd like to see a replay there myself. I was already ready and getting set up for the corner kick.
15 minutes left, and we know full well that 15 minutes are going to feel like an age for Lamps, but they're going to go by with a blink of an eye for Goal Machine. Pato sprinting down the right-hand side, but there's a lot opening in the middle here for Vinicius. Ball rolls past one, but it's just enough by Marquinhos to deny. And what an important challenge that one could be. Out for a throw-in. And all the time that Lamps holds this ball, the more time it will dwindle away in the clock.
Beautiful.
But this could be the finisher. Two players in the middle. Pato gets past one, but can't get past Donnarumma again. It's the second time I've seen that happen today, Mike.
Oh, you got to score one of those. He has to score one of those. I was just going to say, it's such clever work as well from Lamps. And free advice to anyone in the chat, if you're going up against high pressure, if you draw a throw-in, it resets the high pressure. So it'll give you a half second, if not even a little more time, to really decide where you want to go on when you're trying to progress from the offensive side of the pitch. So it's super helpful, and it's a big reason he was able to hit that outlet.
Here's Vinicius, plays it back, and defender is in the right place at the right time, but certainly nervy moments for Minnesota and Lamps. 6 minutes remaining before we get to stoppage time. Goal Machine, though, will hold on to possession and will have the chance to launch one more attack. But as I say that, goes out for a throw-in. There's that pressure that's going to be reset, as you say. And Lamps just needs to hold on to the ball here. Run it into the corner if you have to, but instead, he's going to go forward. Goal Machine offers it up on purpose, trying to drive him in the box so he can win this ball back. Pato still onside. Into the corner he goes. Keeps the ball on as well, and it'll go out for a throw-in. Can Goal Machine and Toronto win this ball back and have one last attempt to get back into this quarterfinal? Or are we going to see our previous champion knocked out in the quarterfinals? Fofana and Duncan linking up. The ball goes out for a throw-in, and it has to be now. Goal Machine has possession. Pozuelo into R9. Is that mistake going to be very costly here for Lamps? He wins the ball back. It's not going to be costly. Lamps and Minnesota, they find their victory. Goal Machine and Toronto fall in the quarterfinals. Our previous champion will not have the chance to go back-to-back. It's Lamps who moves on. And even though it looked scary, Mike LaBelle, from 4-0 to 4-3, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter as long as you get that W.
We had such a self-assured and just brilliant first leg, and this is an example of you can win the matchup via having such a successful, and just it's one of those first legs we had a big advantage. He didn't fold under pressure, but obviously we saw much less offensive game plan from Lamps, had a lot of additional possession play, and Goal Machine started maybe a little bit too late. If there was one critique I would have, I'm surprised Goal Machine didn't go to a higher pressure approach, maybe sometime even late first half, or definitely to start the second half, because it left him where he was running out of time.
Well, time up for Goal Machine and Toronto FC. They're out in the quarterfinals. It's Lamps and Minnesota through to the semis with a matchup against Atlanta and Paulo Neto. Faisal, Toronto had to fall eventually, and unfortunately it was because Mike LaBelle predicted them.
Sorry.
That is the only beforehand. That is the only reason. Hey, what a game, though. What a matchup over 2 legs. That's why it is 2 legs, guys. 1 leg doesn't determine anything anymore in these competitions, man. A tale of 2. A top 2 seeds, by the way, out. Goal Machine, Alanavi. Peace. Paulo Neto and Lamps will play in one semifinal. Verde and Dulce will play in another, which means for the first time in the history of eMLS, we will not have a repeat champion for League Series 2. There will be a brand new person, at least in terms of this season, taking home the title. Let's take a look at some of the highlights. And Mike, if leg 1 was about Lamps and his offense, leg 2 was very much about his defense. But there's only so much you could do to contain Goal Machine, who scored some really nice goals here still.
So a huge mistake to get started, and you're saying, oh no, And you also see Goal Machine take a touch there with R9. Most people wouldn't do that. He does that just to see if the goalkeeper maybe shifts. I love this goal.
This
Beautiful
one's
build
gorgeous.
up again. Post way low to R9. Just so many intricate details again. The particulars, the way that he stops and moves and looks off, and just a lot of elements involved in that one play. Here you go, Pato, second breakaway, tries to take it around the goalkeeper. What happens? I don't know. Who are you passing to? I'm not sure.
The
So
ball
Lamps
roll
could have
that
seen
way
off
to
the
me was
game.
curious. Yeah.
Or just keep it. After the ball roll, I think it had beat Donnarumma, so you didn't need to make a pass. You could have just touched it home. But either way, I still feel that Lamps deserved the result. He played well in the second leg. He played amazing in the first leg. And as we expected, Goal Machine was going to battle back. It was inevitable. It was going to happen. That's that champion's pedigree again.
Dan, are you stunned?
A little bit, yeah. I think that I would have been more so if it was a closer game and then Lamps had got those goals towards the latter stages. I think I was more stunned in the first leg, and then I was like, okay, well, maybe it was just an outlier here. In leg number one, Goal Machine just wasn't on his game.
Let me ask you this. Are you stunned Goal Machine didn't make it all the way back? Because you felt that even at 4-2 and 4-3 that, like, okay, here he is now, you know?
I thought that it was inevitably going to happen, especially when he got the throw in to get that last opportunity. I was like, it's written in the stars. This is definitely going to go to 4-4. We're going to extra time. He always goes to extra time, but that gives even more credit to Lamps to be able to hold on when everything was against him. Statistics, predictions, like he had his back up against the wall, but he proved that, you know, he's worthy of that semi-final. And I said he's shown characteristics of a championship winner in that game.
Lamps was in my chat on Twitch last night saying, hey, gonna take down Toronto tomorrow, be ready. Made it come true. He's got another day, though, to see if he can take home the title. Let's head over to Susanna standing by with the winner. It's our player interview presented by Cheese It.
All right, Lamps, you just took down the League Series 1 champion. And I got to say, Mike LaBelle said that first leg that you played was the best FIFA that we saw all day. What was working for you on the day?
I mean, it just felt like my attack was flowing. It just felt every time I went forward, I was able to get open, get off a good shot. So, I mean, it happens sometimes in FIFA. Like the game goes your way. Obviously, the second leg was a bit not as open for me, but yeah, that first leg was really good.
Well, Goal Machine, a really talented player, and every time we thought that we might see him try to make a comeback, you had an answer for it. How did you contain him?
Yeah, I mean, even at 4-0, I've told Goal Machine that he's the best player I played this year. So even at 4-0, I knew it was nowhere near over. I just had to try and manage the game well, take my time with the ball. And, I mean, it worked out in the end. It got a bit too close for my liking, but got the job done.
Got the job done, indeed. You are headed to the semifinals. A matchup with Paulo Neto awaits. Now, this is the same guy that eliminated you in the quarterfinals of League Series 1. So how do you beat him? How will you beat him tomorrow?
I think last time I played pretty well. I mean, he even said his goalkeeper was a major factor in the win, but also I kind of rushed a lot of my chances. So just being patient, playing more like I did today, taking my time in the box and getting a better shot, and I think I can win.
All right, well, Lamps, we will see you in the semifinals. Good luck tomorrow.
Yep, thank you. Have a good one.
All right, Faisal, back to you.
Hey, listen, game recognized game there, even telling Goal Machine, you're the best player I've played in FIFA. He knew he had work to do defensively in that second leg, and he did everything he needed, just holding on to make it through, Mike. But again, I think all it does is reinforce how great the talent is. Again, 3 points separating 1 and 8, 1 and 9 to be fair in the standings here, and goal difference being the difference from who's in and who's out. And now 1 and 2, they're gone.
We had 13 placements that were eligible to be in the top 8 going to the last game. I mean, that tells you everything you need to know. You had 13 players that could have made the top 8. So 5 of those guys we knew weren't even going to make it. And they could have if it was a win here or a draw there or what happens in this result and so forth. We can go over many different scenarios of what could have happened. But the point was 13 players out of all the games that were played. And it came down to that last one. So I expect upsets to happen clearly because my record showcases that something's not going right. I don't want to really talk about it that much. I'm telling you, we got to reset in person is what I keep getting in my ear.
You got one right today. You got one right today with Dulsta.
Do you want to give me a participation or a reward?
No,
I feel like you're giving me a participation trophy.
No, I'm setting up the goal of the day, which comes courtesy the New York Red Bull player himself, Dulsta. He was the one that took home the goal of the day. And of course, we need your expertise to help break it down.
Let's see which goal they went with.
So here it is.
Good ones.
He did. He did. But it's this one,
we're
though.
We're going to hit the post. We're going to hit the post. Okay. Is the trifecta, as we like to say. Yeah, the green time finish smashes the post. It comes back. You get a missed time finish. The goalkeeper makes maybe the save of the day. Then as the third bounce back, the reaction is there. I mean, both players can't believe it. One, because it's like, how many times do I have to shoot to score? The other is, how's the ball just keep fumbling around? But it was really meaningful for this matchup. And we had great games today. I'm just thinking back, if I had to pick one of the series that would have been this series to watch. I think over the course of maybe 2 legs, the Dulsta Kibamito, they were both very even in both legs. If you were just looking at maybe the tail of 2 legs, we just saw, of course, with your man Goal Machine going up against Lamps. Verde was maybe the surprise of the day. I mean, we can label all of these. I'm ready to go. Give me a notebook and we could do this. Susanna can draw. I can kind of write. Sort of. I don't know.
Yeah,
it's not good handwriting. It's bad.
Can't speak. No, that's okay. Susanna, look, it wasn't as dramatic as League Series 1 in terms of, hey, this is close going to the end, but it was still entertaining, right?
Oh, heck yes. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, no, there was no extra time. But my goodness, I go back to that Dulsta Kibamito matchup. And I mean, I was on pins and needles. And even that last match, I mean, anything is possible. That's the thing. The quality of these players. A guy like Goal Machine goes down 4 goals, and you're still anticipating some sort of comeback, and he almost
100%.
did it. So
100%.
that it's the anticipation, and that's what's so special about this group in eMLS this year is that they are all capable of comebacks like that, and so you just kind of wait for the moment. But I mean, it definitely delivered. I'm anticipating an even better day tomorrow.
Well, tomorrow's going to be insane. Again, it's the conclusion of League Series 2 at 3 p.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and on Twitter. Semifinals and final. We will play through them. Who is going to take home the second trophy of the season? Hey, we also have another contest tomorrow on Twitch. If you didn't win today, come back tomorrow. Make it into the top of the leaderboard for some unbelievable prizes. All scores are reset, so make sure you tune in at the start. Now you know what to do. Now you know how to log into SportBuff. You know how to link your account. I'll go over the instructions again tomorrow. Don't you worry. We want to try to get as many of you as many prizes as possible. And that includes my burner account, which started off strong, but I got to say, fizzled near the end. Not this broadcast, though, and not this tournament. All we have is quality, 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 and that is going to be on display for semifinal and final Sunday. That does it, though, for quarterfinals day at eMLS League Series 2, presented by Coca-Cola. Thank you so much to everybody watching in the chat. A bunch of you super active, super fun in there as well, and super respectful, which we want, again, on Sunday. For Susanna Collins, Dan Gaskin, and Mike LaBelle, I am Faisal Kamisa. We will see you tomorrow. Have a wicked night, guys. Peace.